Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The coming 2 days will be filled with inspiring discussions on what the future might hold for all of us in the context of geopolitical changes and their consequences for economic development during this special Jubilee Scientific Conference. My name is René Helmans, and on behalf of our host, Kozminski University and the Transformation and Globalization Economic Research Center, I would like to welcome all guests, online viewers, our panelists and discussion moderators, and esteemed representatives of both the academic community and economic environment. We would like to extend our gratitude to our partners without whom this conference would not be possible. The Polish National Bank, the Polish Bank Association, Selena, and MBAC. Thank you very much for your support. Applause. I would also like to welcome the person without whom we would not be here today. I know that every person in this auditorium will join me in wishing this person many more years of being an inspiration to all of us. Please welcome Professor Grzegorz Kolodko. Of course, this person doesn't need any introduction. However, for those that would like to, we have a small introduction of the professor. Please enjoy.
Grzegorz Kołodko, polityk oraz profesor nauk ekonomicznych. Kiedy był wicepremierem oraz ministrem finansów, odegrał istotną rolę w transformacji gospodarki. To za jego czasów inflacja spadła z 35,3 do 14,9%, a wzrost gospodarczy zwiększył się z niemalże 4 do prawie 7%. Bez wątpienia na trwałe zapisał się w historii polskiej polityki oraz nauki. W 1989 roku uczestniczył w negocjacjach Okrągłego Stołu. Jest członkiem Europejskiej Akademii Nauki, Sztuki i Literatury oraz dyrektorem uznanego na świecie Centrum Badawczego Transformacji, Integracji i Globalizacji Tiger. Doktor honoris causa oraz profesor 8 uniwersytetów zagranicznych. Obecnie jako wykładowca związany jest z Akademią Leona Kozmińskiego w Warszawie. Autor wielu książek oraz artykułów naukowych opublikowanych w Polsce i za granicą. Książka Wędrujący świat to jego międzynarodowy bestseller. Prywatnie to m.in. miłośnik sztuki, podróżnik oraz maratończyk.
I think that, like I said in my initial speech, Professor Kolodko is an inspiration to all of us. And I think that now is the time that we will be inviting the representative of our host, Kozminski University, the rector of the university, Professor Grzegorz Mazurek. A couple of words, please.
Good morning. Dear Professor, dear Jubilarian, distinguished guests attending this special conference here at Kozminski University and remotely in many places around the world. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all and invite you to this two-day feast hosted by today's Jubilarian Professor Grzegorz Witold Kołodko. The title, Geopolitical Changes and Their Consequences for Economic Development, indicates the wide range of issues of which the most eminent minds of the modern world will bend. Their magnificent representation is here with us today. Nobel Prize winners, philosophers, economists to whom we listen with great attention. They will attempt to answer the key questions like what next for globalization? What lies ahead for humanity as inhabitants of our beautiful blue planet? What threatens us and when, and what can fill us with hope for a better world for posterity? Professor Kołodko always stresses that the world is rushing by a breakneck speed. Everything is happening at once and so fast that it blurs the picture behind our windshields. Today, facing those big questions, we wipe the glass and look for good answers. The author of an excellent economic trilogy, The Wandering World, many excellent books, including the latest one, War and Peace, which was also published internationally under the title Global Consequences of Russia's Invasion of Ukraine. It answers many important questions. Professor Kolodko remains quite consistently optimistic and predicts both global carbon dioxide reduction and arms reduction, peaceful cooperation between the West world and China, and in Poland, the introduction of the euro as an economic stabilizer of the economy. He is the founder of the new Pragmatism concept and believes in the power of human mind, the self-preservation instinct of Homo sapiens, enriched by the need for freedom and a sense of value built by Homo economicus on a liberal democratic foundation. I am very much interested in the discussion with all the distinguished guests, including iconic figures from the world of economics and politics. Eric Maskin, Francis Fukuyama, James Galbraith, Edmund Phelps, Martin Wolf, Justin Yifu and José Ramos-Horta. It's hard to imagine better company to discuss the great issues of the future as defined by Professor Kolodko. The great issues of the future are discussed every year in Davos during the World Economic Forum. This year, as in previous years, the dominant theme was ecology, global warming, and the dangers of climate catastrophe. This real-world program, however, seems abstract from perspective of five-star hotels, private jets, or even university lecture halls that are well heated in winter and air-conditioned during the summertime. My impression is that as there are no millions of victims of climate catastrophe, we continue to talk about it, sign showily in international documents at lavish conventions, and make commitments that will prove costly and ineffective in the end. The human casualties of wars are also a moderate concern to the world, minimizing the value of human life after all. It's not famous people or the sons of famous people who die, but nameless soldiers. According to estimates by Institute for Economics and Peace think tank, more than 250,000 people per year are killed in the world's ongoing wars and armed conflicts. Because of threats to their lives, 250 million people want to relocate. More than 2 million people already live elsewhere than they were born, and soon the number of immigrants will double. None of us knows this wandering world as well as Professor Kolodko, who has probably visited every single country on Earth. No one understands as well as Professor Kolodko the income differences and differences in living standards, which are also a strong migratory impulse. At this year's Davos Economic Forum I had the chance to participate in, the mood was hardly optimistic, with opinion polls cited saying that people expect some kind of a catastrophe in the coming years. It seems to me that in the modern world, writing black scenarios, the forward-looking theory of the new pragmatism appears like a hope for a better world. I would like to be optimistic about the future, just as Professor Kolodko is. I'd like our university, which is a broad-profile business school and a seedbed of economic thought, to have a positive impact on both the immediate environment and the global economy. I appreciate the role of Professor Kolodko publications, ventures, activity, and commitments play in fulfilling this mission, because, as evidenced by your presence here, here is truly unique figure. This mostly quoted Polish economist in the world, whose books have been translated into more than 1,000 languages, today encourages you, the participants of the conference, to influence the fate of the world and the prosperity of future generations. I believe that today's debates, reflections, and demands formulated in the spirit of a new pragmatism will contribute to changing the world for better. Dear all, I wish you fruitful discussions, and I wish the jubilarian at least 100 years of life in excellent physical and intellectual condition, running 100 more marathons and publishing at least 100 publications explaining the world and helping to change it. Thank you, and big applause for Professor Kolodko.
One more time, applause. Thank you very much, Professor Mazurek. At Kozminski University, we'd like to compare our institution to a ship. And every ship needs a navigator, the person who sets the course. In this case, it will be the tone of our conference. For this conference in particular, this role will be filled by Dr. José Ramos-Horta, Nobel Peace Laureate, President of Timor-Leste, Chairman of Tiger Scientific Advisory Board, who will deliver the special address. We will be connecting with the doctor soon. Dr. Ramos-Horta, can you hear us?
Yes,
good morning, and good morning to you also from Warsaw. You can begin the special address when ready. Okay, Doctor, we are ready for the special address. Yes, we can. You can begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is President Laureate from Timor-Leste speaking to you from London, where I'm on an official visit. Beginning today, I thank in particular Professor Kolodko for inviting me to join you today in this very important seminar. And first of all, I would thank you to graduate Kolodko for his extraordinary life achievement as an academic, as a politician. We all know he was one of the architects of Polish economic recovery in the post-communist socialist era. He has 7,000 citations from his numerous publications. We first met many years ago in Timor-Leste before the COVID. He showed up in Timor-Leste on his own. Prominent professor, prominent politician, former finance minister, former deputy prime minister, and traveled, and he wanted to really know the country. And even though I facilitated his trip, one time he walked into a public bus from town back to the capital. My security phoned me very morning and said, the professor didn't want to go in the security car, he's going in this public bus. I said, very fine, just follow him in case he thinks something. Well, there is the very Kolodko that I know, humble, approachable, brilliant academic, so I couldn't say no to participate in his forum, although I feel inadequate in the presence of so many luminaries. However, let me share with you, I begin to share with you what is positive, because not all is dark and blue in our world. In my country, Timor-Leste, for which I am responsible, so allow me to share some good news about my country. We live in complete tranquility, we have zero political violence, we have a harmony among the different religions, although Catholicism in Timor-Leste is 99.96% of the people are Catholics, so even higher family. So we don't have religious or ethnic tensions. We have had 20 years since, already 22 years since independence, starting from zero. And independence, we have only 90 medical doctors. Today we have 1,200 medical doctors. At independence, we had only electricity in the capital and only partially. Now the electricity covers 96.1% of the territory. At independence, we had our national budget was less than $70 billion. Today, our national budget is about $2 billion. We have a sovereign fund that fed from oil and gas export. We are very small oil and gas exporting country, but we established a sovereign fund in 2005. We have made investments both in U.S. Treasury bonds, some European bonds, other European country bonds, and in private equities in financial markets. Since we diversify our portfolio with the application of our sovereign fund, the return to us for the last 10 years has been average 8%, which, as you know, it is outstanding. It is very rare that a sovereign fund or an investment in the financial market has such a return. On the 26th of February last month, we will exceed that deal after several years of negotiation and preparation. The Director General of the WTO declared 2 weeks ago Timor-Leste has to fulfill all the obligations, treaties, and other conditions to be a member of WTO. This facilitates also our membership in ASEAN. By 2025, we hope to be full member of ASEAN. We will be part of a market of 700 million people, of a joint GDP of at least $4 trillion. We have the best possible relationship with all our neighbors. We have exceptionally good relationship with Indonesia, with which we have to move this relationship for 24 years, but we also national reconciliation in our country, among our people, but also we reach out to Indonesia. Indonesia responded in kind, and we have the best possible relationship. We do have an exceptionally good relationship with Australia. Hopefully, sometime this year, we sign an agreement with Australia and the joint venture to bring a pipeline from the Timor Sea to bring gas on the Timor Sea. We have a major gas reserve called greater supplies to Timor-Leste. This will pave the way for our diversification of our economy. For us, we use our sovereign fund revenue from non-renewable to transition to renewable. For the next many years to come, we still believe the revenue from our oil and gas, and we will have a major gas field. Hopefully next year, this year we signed an agreement with Australia, and the work begin developing infrastructure, the pipeline, etc. But in 7 years, this project will enter into commercial production. This will generate thousands of jobs, industrialization, fertilizer plant, refinery, etc. We are looking to have by 2034 that the world will meet most of the goals of SDGs, that will have improved the lives of our poor people. We still have a very high percentage of people living below poverty line. We still have a very high percentage of children with malnutrition. In spite of the progress that we made, we are cognizant of the fact that a lot has to be done. These are good news I wish to share with all of you. a catastrophe that began over many decades ago, non-stop. There was a spring of democracy in 2015, hold high in 2020 when Socio won again a landslide, but then the military stepped to. However, the people fight back, and all indications are that the military cannot win the war this time. Tensions persist in US-China relations. Tensions persist, and the risk of escalation persists with the war in Ukraine. And the question is, where is the UN? Where is our collective multilateral security system, the Security Council? Where are the permanent members? Their function assigning them with the privilege of being permanent members of the Security Council, A, to prevent conflict, to exercise the must talk about preventive diplomacy, to prevent conflicts such as one is catastrophic in Ukraine. It has failed. The international protection has failed. The permanent members of the council themselves have failed. And of course, the only country that is not directly or even indirectly involved in the tragedy of Ukraine is China. China is the only permanent member of the Security Council that is not directly or indirectly involved either in Ukraine or in the problem, the tragedy in Gaza. How to get out of this situation? Of course, it's not up to me. A little country lost somewhere in Southeast Asia to lecture the power of the big on how to resolve this problem. But in my experience, for so many years of watching conflicts, all I can say is, historically, no war resulted in a clear-cut, outright military defeat of one side. This happened during World War II. It didn't happen with the war in the Balkans, with the Serbian defeat under the coalition led by the United States. But second, we have seen an outright military victory. So it is time for all sides, for Russia, Ukraine, to seriously sit down, no preconditions, and begin a dialogue. So that in the end, there will be no losers. Although difficult to trade in Ukraine, there will be no losers. Russia, even member of the Security Council, launched the massive attack war on Ukraine, devastating Ukraine. But there is no way out, neither for Russia, nor for Ukraine, nor for NATO, but negotiations. And in negotiations, we all have to learn how to make concessions. The cost of peace can be very high, but the cost of war is very higher. So we hold the whole of the participant, direct and indirect participant in the tragedy of Gaza, in the war in Ukraine, will come to their senses and they sit down and they try to end the suffering of their people, the self-destruction of Russia, the destruction of Ukraine, the continued destruction of Ukraine. And let them say, I feel comfortable in talking about this issue because although Timor-Leste is a very small country, we were among the first countries to condemn Russian intervention, aggression against Ukraine, and to provide financial assistance through the UN for humanitarian purposes in Ukraine, almost $2 million for a country of $1.4 billion. I was totally sympathetic with sustainable prosperity and space, so that we all can live in peace and we, these countries, bring prosperity to us. I thank you for the invitation to me to be with you today. I wish you great success. I have read the program, the title of the conference here. I hope to be able to access all the members to learn from you and learn from you to improve our economy in Timor-Leste. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. Once again, thank you very much for President Ramos-Horta. And now, finally, the time has come to begin our journey, and we will begin with the first session. Please welcome the moderator of the discussion of the panel Politics and Economics in a Volatile World Towards New Pragmatism, Professor Eliza Przeździecka from the Warsaw School of Economics, Senior Economist, Deloitte Advisory Board. Welcome. The introduction will be delivered by Professor Justin Lin from Beijing University, Chief Economist and Senior Vice President of the World Bank in the years 2008-2012. His introduction is titled Development Ideas, Development Performance, and New Structural Economics. Welcome. And also, please welcome our discussants, Professor Andrii Gritsenko, member of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, Deputy Director of Institute for Economics and Forecasting in Kyiv. Welcome. And Professor Marcin Piątkowski, Lead Economist at the World Bank, Washington, D.C., Tiger, Kozminski University. Welcome. Dear panelists, the floor is yours. Professor Lin, you can begin your introduction.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be invited to this special Jubilee Scientific Conference in honor of Professor Kolodko. Professor Kolodko is a person of ideas, actions for performance. So to pay a tribute to Professor Kolodko, I'd like to talk about development ideas, development performance, and certainly from the new structural economics, which I advocated in recent years. To become a dynamically growing high-income country is a dream shared by all developing countries. However, among roughly 200 developing countries after the Second World War, so far only have two economies, move from low income to high income. One is South Korea. The other one is Taiwan, China, where I was born. And certainly, by the time of 2025, the mainland China is likely to be the third one to move from low income to high income. And in 1960, there were 101 middle-income economies. By the time 2008, I became the chief economist of the World Bank. Only 13 of them moved from middle income to high income. And among these 13 middle income economies to become high income economies, 8 of them were European countries surrounding Western Europe, like Spain, Greece, Portugal, or oil-producing countries. And the other 5 were Japan and 4 small East Asian tigers. And so from these track records, most developing countries after the Second World War were trapped either in poverty or middle-income status after 3 generations of time. And what are the reasons why they could not realize their dream? I think it's not because they did not work hard. I think just like Ken said, it is ideals, not vested interests, which are dangerous for good or evil. And so, if we want to understand the reason, we need to have a review of the development ideas that we provide to the developing country. After the Second World War, almost all the developing countries gained political independence, and they started their pursuit of modernization, industrialization. And to help them, the academic community provide them some kind of policy recommendation, and for that, in the mainstream economics, started to be a new subdiscipline called development economics. And the first generation of development economics, now we refer them as structuralism, because at the time, the perception was that if you want to achieve the same income level as the advanced country, you need to have the same productivity. And if you want to have the same productivity, you would have to have the same advanced, capital-intensive, advanced industrial sectors like in the developed country. But at that time, the perception was that due to some kind of market failures, the market cannot allocate resources to those advanced industrial sectors. And with that kind of understanding, certainly, the recommendation was to use the government to mobilize resources to make investment in those kind of advanced capital-intensive industries. Like in the socialist country, the capital-intensive oriented development strategy, or in other developing countries called the import substitution strategies. The goal was to use the government to overcome market failures in the resource allocation and resource mobilization. With this kind of policy recommendation, developing countries were able to build up a whole set or some advanced heavy industry, capital-intensive industry. But very often, after they complete this kind of building up of their industry, the economy became stagnant and hit by crisis all the time, and the gap with the advanced country continued to be widening. And by the time of the 1980s, most developing countries, no matter it's in socialist or non-socialist, they started to have a transition from government-led growth to the market-oriented growth. At that time, the development idea was neoliberalism, or new institutional economics. The understanding why after a whole generation, after the Second World War, the developing country could not catch up the advanced country, their perception was there are too many government interventions, there are too many government failures. The developing country did not have a well-functioning market institution as in the advanced country. And they thought that was the main reason why the developing country, they could not perform well, even though they worked very hard. And the recommendation at that time was you need to have a market institution as in the advanced country. And they recommend the transitional economy, no matter it's in socialist or non-socialist, to follow the so-called Washington consensus recipes. Marketization, privatization, stabilization, in order to build up the necessary market institution as in the advanced country. And the perception at that time was that if you follow the kind of approach, you're going to have some kind of J curve. Certainly, during the transition, your economy may decline a little bit, and you will immediately to have a very dynamic catching up. Certainly, most developing countries, no matter it's in socialist or non-socialist, they follow that policy recommendation because that was a consensus in the academic communities. However, as you know, most countries follow that approach. Their economy collapsed, stagnant, hit by crisis all the time, and the economic performance deteriorate. Because if you look into the average annual growth rate of the developing country in the 1980s, 1990s, compared to the 1960s, 1970s, the growth rate dropped, and the frequency of crises even higher. And so economists, now some economists refer to 1980, 1990 as the lost decades for the developing country. And during this period of time, certainly there were a small number of developing economies. They were able to grow and to catch up. First, certainly in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, some East Asian tiger economies, they did not follow the mainstream import substitution strategies. Instead of trying to build up modern large-scale capital-intensive industry, they started with small-scale traditional labor-intensive industry. Instead of trying to have an import substitution, they adopt certain kind of export promotion. And that kind of strategies in the 1950s, 1960s was considered as wrong strategy for development. But they performed well. Let's catch up. And in the 1980s, 1990, during the transition, the idea, the consensus was structural Big Bang to introduce the necessary market institutions simultaneously. But there are a few countries, including mainland China, Vietnam in the 1980s, and actually there one country in Africa, Mauritius, started in 1971, to transit from the government that import substitution strategy towards the market. They adopted certain kind of gradual piecemeal dual track. On the transition process, they continue to provide government subsidy protection to all sectors. But at the same time, they liberalized the entry to the new sector, which are more labor intensive and so on. And that strategy was also considered as worst possible transition strategy by the academic community in the 1980s, 1990s. However, they were only group of the transition economy to be able to maintain stability and dynamic economic growth during the transition period. And these two groups of small number of economies, certainly they are either market economy or the transit toward market. But at the same time, they always have very proactive government. And so from this review, we find the development ideas we provide to the developing country. If you follow that, in general, you fail. And the small number of successful ones, you cannot explain by the extinction theory. And so with that, I think we need to have a reviews of the economics that we provide to the developing country, because theory is help us to understand the phenomenon and also to guide our actions. If the theory cannot explain the phenomena, successful or failures, or if you follow the theory, you cannot get the intended result as promised by the theory, then we need to have a new theory. And when we try to have a better understanding of the success and the failures, I always say we need to come back to Adam Smith. But when I say we should come back to Adam Smith, I do not mean we should come back to the lessons, the teachings of Adam Smith. We should come back to the methodology that Adam Smith obtained his insight of economic development. And his methodology actually is the title of his book, An Inquiry into the Nature and the Causes of the Wealth of Nations. And if you want to understand economic development, we need to have an understanding of the nature and a determinant of economic development. And we know that historically, before 18th century, all the countries in the world were agrarian. At that time, they were all poor, and economic growth was very slow. And after 18th century, especially after the Industrial Revolution, there were a small group of countries in Western Europe. They started to have the so-called modern economic growth. And the so-called modern economic growth is to have a continuous structural transformation, technology innovation, industrial gradient, which raise labor productivity. And in the process, also a continual process of improvement in the infrastructure and superstructure or institution, which reduce transaction cost. And actually, this is the nature of modern economic growth. If you want to have a continuous raise of your income, you need to raise labor productivity. But if you want to raise the labor productivity, you need to have a continuous technology innovation, industrial gradient, improvement of infrastructure and superstructure. Then I try to have an understanding of what, if we know the nature, we need to understand the determinant of this nature, right? The causes of this nature. And as I said, I want to follow Adam Smith's methodology. I wanted to understand the nature and the causes of modern economic growth. And because modern economic growth is a process of structural transformation, I want to understand the nature and the causes of structural transformation. When I try to apply the modern economic growth to understand the nature and the causes of structural transformation, I should refer my study as structural economics. Just like we apply modern approach to study agriculture, we call agricultural economics. To study finance, we call financial economics. Then I should refer my study as structural economics. But how come I refer my study as a new structural economics? Because there was structuralism before me. And to distinguish myself from structuralism, so I refer my study as new structural economics. Just like Douglas North in the 1960s started to use a modern approach to study institution and institutional revolution. He should refer his study as institutional economics, but because there was an institutional school at the end of the 19th century, early 20th century in the US, and to distinguish his study from institutional school, then now we call them new institutional economics. So new in a sense, to distinguish the structuralism. And my hypothesis, actually, my main idea is very simple. My main idea is economic structure is endogenous to the endowment structure of an economy at any specific time. How can endowment structure are so important? Because endowment, certainly we know that's land, labor, and capital. Endowment at any specific time in the economy is the total budget of this economy. And certainly country at a different stage of development, the relative abundance of the endowments will be different. High-income country, after the Industrial Revolution, they already accumulate capital for more than 2 centuries. They're relatively kept abundant. And developing country kept its skills. And what relatively abundant is either land, natural resources, or labor force. And this endowment structure will determine the total budget and the relative factor prices. And it will determine the competitive advantage of the economy. And a competitive advantage actually is latent, because competitive advantage is by the trade theory only talk about the production cost. Certainly, if your industry or technology are consistent with your endowment structure, you can have the lowest possible production cost. And so that's latent, because in the market competition is a competition of total cost. Total cost also including transaction cost. And transaction cost is determined by the infrastructure and the superstructure institutions. And so in the process of economic development, by the understanding, both production structure and infrastructure and superstructure institutions are endogenous to the endowment structure. Because endowment structure determines the production structure to make that from latent to actual, you need to have adequate infrastructure and institution. And in that regard, infrastructure institutions are endogenous to production structure endogenous to the endowment structure. And our goal certainly is to raise income in order to close the gap with the income country. But if you want to close the gap with the income country in income, you need to raise productivity. But if you want to raise the productivity, you need to move to the industrial structure of the income country. But since that industrial structure is endogenous to endowment structure, if you want to move up your industrial ladders, you need to change your endowment structure from relatively abundant in labor force or natural resources to relatively abundant in capital. And if you can change this kind of endowment structure, certainly you can change your production structure, from labor-intensive or natural resource-intensive to capital-intensive. But if you want to be competitive in the market, you also need to improve infrastructure and institution. So that's the causes, determinant. And from this simple understanding, the recommendation for action would be to follow the competitive advantage determined by your endowment structure at a specific time, and also to provide the adequate infrastructure institution. And so you can turn your latent competitive advantage to become actual competitive advantage. You can be competitive. Because by that, if you are competitive, you can generate profit for the individual firm, economic surplus for the whole economy. So you have more to save into capitals. And also, if you follow your competitive advantages, the return to capital will be high. So you have more to save, and you have high incentive to save. Your capital accumulation will be very fast. In a developing country, if they follow these strategies, they have another advantages. They have the so-called late combined advantages. Because in the process of technological innovation, industrial upgrading, improvement of institutions, they have some lesson to learn from the advanced country. So that is the so-called late combined advantage. So you can have a faster technological innovation, industrial upgrading, improvement of institution, and faster growth. And by that, certainly you can close the gap with the income country. But to follow competitive advantage is a concept only understandable to economists. And how can we make this idea become a spontaneous choice of the entrepreneurs? Then we need to have two institutions. One, you need to have a competitive market. Because entrepreneur, what they care is profit. Profit determined on the factor prices. And so you need to have a factor prices can reflect your relative abundance of your factor endowments. If you are abundant in labor force, then the labor cost should be relatively inexpensive, and the capital cost should be relatively high, and vice versa. And if you have this kind of, prices signals, certainly the entrepreneur will be guided by the prices to go into the sector which can utilize your relatively abundant factors and adopt and technology which will be also reflecting your relative abundance of factor endowments. And that will be consistent with your latent comparative advantages. But we know, so that market is essential. But we are talking about economic development. We are not talking about static allocation of resources. We are talking about dynamic structural transformation. In this process, we need to have first movers. They have some externality, we need to overcome that. And in this process, we also need to improve the infrastructure and institution, which require all kind of coordination. So by that, we also need to have a proactive facilitation state. And with those two institutions, then it's possible to develop the economy according to the competitive advantage determined by your factor endowments. And with this, we can understand, can we use this framework to understand the real world? Michael Spence organized a growth commission and released a report in 2008, the year I went to the World Bank, and they studied 13 developing economies. They achieved 7% or higher growth rate continuously for 25 or more years. We know advanced countries in general, their per capita GDP increased about 2% per year, plus population growth, their growth was about 3% per year for the advanced country. So if a developing country can grow at 7% or more continuously for 25 or more years, certainly they could narrow the gap with the advanced country. Some of them even became high-income country. Okay. And among these 13 economies, they have 5 status facts. One, they are an open economy. They rely on their competitive advantage. That's one thing. Secondly, they achieve macro stability. Third, they have high saving and high investment. Fourth, they are market economy. And they also have proactive government. When we released this report, certainly it was caused a lot of attention to this report. And Michael Spence was often invited to meet the head of state, and the head of state will ask him, could you provide us some kind of policy guidance? Then Michael Spence often said, well, those 5 stated effects are ingredients of success, but there was no recipe. But if no recipe, how can you follow? But actually, these 5 status facts imply a recipe. That was the recipe recommended by the new structural economics. To follow the competitive advantages determined by your factor endowments in the process of economic development. Because according to the new structural economics, if you want to follow the competitive advantage determined by your factor endowments, you need to have 2 institutions. One, effective market. The other one, facilitation state. Those are status facts 4 and status facts 5. And if you follow your competitive advantages, certainly the other status facts are the consequence, are the result of following competitive advantages. Because you follow your competitive advantages, certainly you will be open economy. You produce whatever you're good at, export them, and then you import whatever you are not good at. So that's an open economy. And then you can achieve macro stability, because if you follow your competitive advantage, you'll be competitive. You are unlikely to have a homegrown crisis. And if you're hit by global crisis, you will be in a much better position to adopt mitigation measures, because the government fiscal position will be strong. The country will also have a strong foreign reserve position. So they could adopt counter-cyclical intervention so they can achieve stability. And if you go against your competitive advantage, fiscal position will be weak, and you are not going to have enough foreign exchanges, so you could not adopt counter-cyclical intervention, then you're going to be hit by crisis. And certainly, if you follow your competitive advantages, as I already argued, you're going to have the largest possible economic surplus, and you are going to have the highest possible incentive for shaping, so you're going to have high shaping, high investment. So in fact, those 5 status facts of super-performing economies, they just imply one recipe. That is to follow the competitive advantage in the process of economic development. And for this, we can also explain how come the structuralism failed. Structuralism advised the country to build up advanced industries with good intention. But those advanced industry went against the country competitive advantages. Firms in those kind of priority sectors were not viable. And they require government subsidies and protections. And those kind of subsidy protections certainly cause misallocation of resources and create rent and rent seeking, and the performance certainly were poor. And how come the East Asian economy, they perform well? They start with labor-intensive traditional sectors, which what are competitive advantages? And so with the facilitation state, they can be very competitive. So as described by the new structural economics. We can understand how come Washington consensus failed. Because Washington consensus failed to recognize a lot of distortions and protections were endogenous to the need of protecting the firms in the priority sectors. And since those kind of protections are endogenous, firms in those kind of sectors were not viable in open competitive market. If you remove all those distortions or protections, they will go bankrupt. At the same time, the Washington consensus neoliberalism, they go against government facilitation of entry to the new sectors. And under that kind of situation, all the industry collapse, new industry will not emerge, and those countries will encounter something called premature deindustrialization. And how come, a few countries like mine, or Vietnam, Cambodia, or Mauritius, to some extent Poland also. In the transition process, the government did not really fully implement the marketization, privatization, and stabilization. The government provides some kind of transitory protection subsidy to all sectors, which maintains stability, and facilitate the entry to the new sectors which are consistent with competitive advantages. And so you can have a stability and dynamic economic growth. And also the dynamic growth in the new sectors will prepare the material base for removing the older distortion. Because the older sector, they require protection subsidies only because they were in sector to capital intensive. But if your new sector can grow very dynamically, then the capital accumulation could be very fast. And then gradually the old sector will change from going against the country competitive advantages to become consistent with the country competitive advantages. Once they are consistent with the competitive advantage, they become viable. And then you can remove the distortion and subsidies. And then you can converge to well-functioning market economy. That was what China did in the past 40 years. So let me conclude. Poor development performance in a developing country is due to the fact the government policy for development and transition was shaped by inadequate ideas. And with its understanding, poverty is not destiny. A developing country can grow dynamically for several decades, and it become a middle or even high-income country if the government adopt a pragmatic approach, just like a new pragmatism advocated. And to facilitate private enterprises development in sectors of the country's competitive advantages and exploit the latecomers' advantages in the market economy in the process of the structural transformation. But to adopt these kind of new ideas, a change in mindset is necessary because so far, in general, developing countries use high-income countries as references and guided by theory from the advanced country. In general, they look into what the high-income country have, like the advanced industry, and you do not have, and advise the developing country on what the high-income country have. Or to look at what the high-income country could do relatively well, and you could not do well, and advise the developing country do like the advanced country. That's a new institutional economic, to have a market institution and so on. I think intention is good, but the result is poor. And so, if you want to follow these new ideas, you need to have a change mindset. Instead of use high-income country reference, you should use yourself as a reference. To look at what you have now, that's your endowment. And to look at what you can do well now, that's your latent competitive advantages. And in a market economy with a facilitating state, to scale up what you can do well, then you can have dynamic economic growth. And new structural economics start with bringing in the structural heterogeneity and structural endogeneity into the economic discourse. And this kind of bringing structural heterogeneity and endogeneity into modern economics is going to be a revolution. Because so far, every subdiscipline of modern economics, no matter development or institution or financial economics and so on, in general, those theories generated from the experiences in the high-income country. And they use high-income country structure as the endogenous structure, as the implicit structure. But countries at different stage of development, certainly they have different structure, and those kind of difference is the endogenous. And so if we want to make our economic profession, our theory of teaching, to really to help the developing country or country in transition, we need to bring our structure into our discussion. And by that, we'll come up with kind of new insight, just like the new pragmatism try to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Professor Przeździecka, you can begin discussion.
I think you can use mine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate if we have a few more minutes out of the agenda, because I try to host our discussion super fast, not skipping much time. First of all, thank you very much for great inviting. It's a huge privilege to be here with you and Professor Kolodko at the Jubilee session and conference entire day. And actually, we have been giving so insightful speech at the introduction mode, and I would like you to take a bit further as Professor Lin took us a step back into the history of economic thoughts and history in economic development. My questions and actually the issues that I'd like to discuss a bit about the future, which is somehow determined by structural changes and all over the world, the circumstances that we are witness with. First of all, I'd like to refer to the structure of factor endowment, what Professor Lin mentioned about evolving and the continuous change structuring the advantages of particular countries. And going the very classical approach to economic thoughts, and even to Adam Smith, that was also mentioned, we had two major sources of advantages, and particularly right now we are very far from the previous thoughts in economic theory with regards to the basis and the foundation of economic advances. The point, firstly, on my list is the role of raw materials, particularly natural resources in the area of critical minerals, which are necessarily to be handled by the major producers and develop and produce the equipment specifically in in energy transformation, and a huge demand on that worldwide, which actually makes lots of circumstances and turbulences in international trade. As IMF estimates, it's going to be a 5-fold growth by 2030 in this group of natural resources. And on the other hand side, we have labor, which is also a very classic factor of production, but Nowadays, if we need to consider labor as a unit of labor being a source of advantage, or just the skills or professions which are delivered by a human being. So what are the skills for professions for future, and as which drive the technology absorptive capacity of AI readiness? What in future may somehow draw us to the final advantages. Professor Gritsenko, my first question addressed to you: what are the new key determinants of nations' advantages and conditions for the long-term competitiveness? What's your opinion on that?
Yes, I think the modern and important factors is development of personnel and not human capital, but human development. Human capital regard to market economy and human development. It's to human opportunity, and the second factor I think is digitalization. It's go to industrial economy, and the third factor I think is role of state, is government, and this process region.
And we will refer to that basically later on, to the proactive states, right? The role in the building of the advantages. Yes, the second comment, actually, I would like to stress a bit more on AI role and all of these new trends in technology development.
Sure, thank you for having me. Before I start, let me say happy birthday and stola to Professor Kolodko, a mentor of mine for 25 years. That's the most important part of the conference, so I'm done. But more seriously now, on the note, let me just, before I answer your specific question, a quick comment on Professor Lin's excellent presentation and his new structural economics. My bottom line is that his theory is a very useful addition to the inventory of global development models that can inspire all the countries, indeed 100 countries in the world that remain poor or are unable to catch up with the developed countries. So that's very useful. That said, I think my bottom line is that there's no single model that can make countries rich and happy. And in fact, I would argue there is a multiple of models, and if I were to simplify and exaggerate just for the benefit of a discussion today, I think there's a European growth model and the Asian growth model. Professor Lin has mostly focused on the example of countries from Asia that have done extremely well, Taiwan, Korea, China, Japan before. But I think to the question to the poor countries is which of the models, the European or the Asian, is easier to replicate. And I think over the past 3-4 decades, among the very fewer than 20 countries that have made it to become rich, more than 2/3 of them were not from Asia, but were from Europe. And they've actually had significantly different, even the extremely different policies that those adopted in East Asia. I recently worked on a report on Korea. I co-authored that's called Innovative Korea, published by the World Bank. And I was myself astonished at how unique, how sui generis the Korean growth model has been. It's been based on, let me again simplify, protected markets, very strong role of the government and subsidies, very strong relationship between the government and the private sector, to be diplomatic. Even today, almost half of the living presidents of Korea are in prison. This is definitely not something that anyone would actually want to replicate. These are also countries that have been able to repress wages and keep them at the competitive level of the labor force. They have also kept their exchange rates at the very competitive level for decades. Now, the question is it something that is replicable by countries like Botswana or Bolivia today? And that you need to compare to a model that Poland represents and all the countries in the region. They now have all become high income, at least as defined by the World Bank. Poland's GDP per capita, as many of you I'm sure know, has more than tripled over the last 30 years. And that model has been based on one would argue, lack of industrial policies, or the opposite of policies that East Asia have adopted. So I could go on and on, but I think for now the bottom line is that I want to mention is, or end this part, is that I think it's extremely useful to study various development models. There is not a single one that actually has worked. Nobel Prize winners Mike and Spence Growth Commission that produced a report on the sources of growth in 2008 concluded there is no single way of knowing of what makes countries rich. And very often we rationalize, expose the success, trying to find the specific policies and solutions that worked. But I think it's extremely useful to get the best of all the models that have worked, either European or the Asian, and actually inspire the poor countries to continue to grow. So far, fewer than 50 countries around the world, so only a quarter of countries around the world, have managed to become high income. 3/4, including East Timor, have actually failed to come out of poverty and make it rich. So I think there's clearly a big agenda for us going forward. Thank you.
Well, I fully agree. There's no single model which could be applicable to all the countries. But in the past, we made a mistake. We thought the model from the advanced country is universal. That's a mistake. And secondly, certainly, there's no single models, but there's some kind of basic principle that should be applicable. If you want to have a sustainable development, you need to be competitive at any time. And if you want to be competitive, certainly, you need to produce something with the lowest possible cost and reduce the transaction cost to make you competitive. I think that's universal. If you could not do that, you will not be successful. Okay, and that is what I said, to look into your endowments. And then you can identify some sector which you may have latent competitive advantages and create an incentive for the entrepreneur to enter and help the entrepreneur to reduce the transaction costs by improve the hard infrastructure like power, like transportation, and soft infrastructure like human capital and so on. Those kind of principles should be universal. And certainly how to make that happen will be different from country to country because countries have different culture, different history, and they also have some kind of fine-tuning in the different sectors that they can do well. And for that, certainly there are no single model.
And the model...
And coming to your question, in terms of Poland, you said Poland is richly endowed in natural resources. At the same time, we have a lot of labor force. That means you have two latent comparative advantages. One is in the resources-intensive sectors. But on the other sector is that you should go into sector which can generate more jobs. In general, that is more labor-intensive type. Even in the high advanced sectors, you need to get into what kind of sector which can generate more jobs. And also in terms of technology, what kind of technology can employ more workers. And if you can develop those two latent competitive advantages simultaneously, actually, at the same time, you should use resources rent to help the development of non-resources sectors. And if you can do that, actually, you have the opportunity to do even better than the East Asian country, because East Asian country, in general, they are resources poor country. And so all the capital requirement for improving infrastructure or human capitals and so on would have to come from the savings from the manufacturing sectors. And in Poland's case, since you are a resources abundant country, and you can have resources rent, and if you can use resources rent to facilitate the growth of the non-resources sectors, then our resources, abundant country should be able to do better than the non-resources abundant country. Fundamentally, U.S. is the most resources abundant country in the world, and they are doing well. I think the U.S., because they use the resources rent to subsidize the infrastructure, education, and so on. And unfortunately, many resources abundant countries, they did not do that, and they're causing some kind of resources curse. And if you can avoid resources curse and use that resources rent to help the growth of non-resource sectors, you can do even better than resources scarce country.
Resources wide and job creation as well, but going a bit step back to the II issue, Professor Piątkowski, yes. Can you refer to that?
Yes, I did not forget it, and I obviously want to comment on AI. Professor Mazurek mentioned what was being discussed in Davos about a week ago. Indeed, AI was on every panel. My bottom line on AI is inshallah, which is we want AI to bring benefits, but it hasn't happened yet. There has been much more hype than reality, and we can see AI everywhere except in productivity statistics. If you look at the global labor productivity growth, is actually half as slow as it used to be about a decade ago. So I think the story about AI, as much as I want it to be true, is largely aspirational. We still use the future tense. AI might, AI will, AI might be doing something for us, but we have not really seen it yet. Obviously, in the interest of the whole world is for AI, for the good sides of AI, to actually translate into faster opportunities for everyone. And we honestly, at this stage, we don't know who will be able to benefit from it more. Partially global digital hegemons like those in the US, but also there is certain evidence that suggests that poorer countries might be able to use AI to become more productive because it helps those that are relatively weaker compared to others. So we don't know. In everyone's interest is to support AI, be it in China or Poland. One last comment on what Professor Lin, since we want to provoke Professor Lin a little bit and have a bit of a debate. One part of new structural economics talks about countries not being advised to make a mistake of replicating industries that are in developed countries. But I think there is an exception to the rule, because then otherwise you would not want China to have semiconductors, for instance, because this is the ultimate, most advanced industry in the world. So you would think countries like Korea, Taiwan, and others should actually been focused on industries that are at the much lower end of the competitiveness cycle. So, the question to you, semiconductors and your theory. Thanks.
Okay. Because that related to national security and economic security. And so even a country does not have competitive advantage in those kind of sectors, but they need to do that because of the geopolitical tensions. Without geopolitical tensions, China will not invest so much in semiconductors.
That's actually made me change the order of this discussion because of the fact that what I found in the statistics that I wanted to cite at the end is the numbers that the national security and the geopolitical concerns were each explicitly cited by only 6% of a last year measure by the IMF survey. However, 50% motivated motives that which drive the policies and the market intervention is about competitiveness and the climate change interventions. Climate change motivation to take these problem into the particular country's hands. So let's focus a bit on that. The industrial policies run by US in Inflation Reduction Act, by European Union in the Net Generation EU Green Deal Industrial Plan, And China as well. We shouldn't forget about the funds dedicated to industry development there as well. As the tit for tat, let's say that loudly, because seeing how these reforms were implemented, it's pretty clearly seen that EU has responded to IRA, which was signed by Joe Biden in August 22. So going back to the climate issues and all of these industrial policy and the proactive role of states in a government. Professor Gritsenko, what do you think about the new era of protectionism and market intervention? Is it like we may adopt some models, or we are witness with a pretty difficult and new circumstances like tensions in the geopolitics or the wars, basically, and climate change problem for all of the countries?
I would like to draw attention to a very modern main process which will be determining all our structural changes. It is process is transformation from industrial market economy to information network economy. And information becomes the main product and main resources. And information can appropriated by the entire society and each person individual. This transformation from private ownership to the universal ownership in these structural changes transformed all our structure, industrial, agriculture, and other. And that determines all our life. And we can look at our life, our changing in other view. And firm and householder will be others aims, other products, other resources, and I think we don't know how it will be. How you think about this transformation?
Professor Lin.
I think that's a very important question if we're looking into the futures. But we talk about digitalization and artificial intelligence. I think we need to look into two different areas. One is to use digitalization and artificial intelligence to reduce the production cost and transaction cost of the existing industries and to improve their competitiveness. The other one is to have a digital or artificial intelligence as a new drivers of growth, new industry of the growth in the country. Maybe we need to distinguish these two. For the first one, I think all the existing sectors should embrace the digitalization to improve their efficiency. And there's a lot of scope for doing that. And to use the digitalization or artificial intelligence as a new driver of new industry in a country, I think it depends. Poland may have some opportunity because you have high education, you have high human capital. And for the artificial intelligence, they require human capital intensive investment. and you are lucky to have that. And I understand that, for example, in a computer app, Portland is very competitive in certain areas. And I think continue that, Portland will become a driver of artificial intelligence in the future also.
Professor Piątkowski, first question.
So to the question on industrial policies and the slowdown in globalization, or as the IMF calls it, slowbalization, I think it's important to emphasize that there are reasons for industrial policies to be back in vogue. And it has not happened by itself. It's not some deus ex machina that somehow appeared and we're now going back into industrial policies. There are at least 4 reasons, I call them 4 C's, why the globalization has slowed and why we have industrial policies. One is COVID, because obviously we have learned a lot after the pandemic that efficiency should not always take the first spot relative to resilience. We cannot just be countries that cannot procure themselves masks and medicaments and the basic medical supplies that are needed. So it's clearly the industrial policies and slowbalization as a response to COVID. Second is climate change, which has accelerated, but one of the issues is, and that's a topic for another debate, can the world be reliant on some countries that produce 98% or minerals that are critical for the green transition? That's obviously China, but the question is how you actually make it work and whether this is healthy for the rest of the world to sustain such a situation. The third one is conflict. Obviously, Putin's aggression of Ukraine has totally changed the global trade architecture, and I don't see IMF writing papers about the cost of defragmentation because of sanctions on Russia. What it means is there are things that are more important in life than trade. Otherwise, we would be still trading with Russia as if nothing happened. So it's clearly, we always cannot lose sight of the principles and variables and things that are much more important than just trading and globalization. And I think sanctions on Russia is clearly one of the examples. And finally, the 4C competition with China. And obviously, this is a topic for a larger discussion, but China has become the second largest economy in the world. It might still become the first largest economy in the world. And in a sense, the rest of the world, particularly the developed countries, have to respond. So to sum up, industrial policies have not come about on their own. There are at least 4 reasons why they have happened. And I think there are significant costs that the IMF and the World Bank and everyone are underlying. But I also see a number of benefits. One of the big benefits is that the level of global competition has already increased. And that's actually pretty useful, particularly in terms of investing in research and development. I could call it in sort of one sentence. What Sputnik was to JFK, meaning what Sputnik has stimulated Americans and JFK to put men on the moon, President Xi's policies is what stimulated IRA. So in many ways, I think the global competition can also have a benefit of China and the West doubling down on R&D investment, which can help humankind in all kinds of ways.
Thank you very, very much. I have a very personal request to all of you to ask our distinguished panelists and discuss on the issue of this panel at the break, because we are short of time right now, and I'm very sorry not to take the questions from the audience. Thank you very, very much for this panel, and I wish you to have a great for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all of us can agree that in this volatile world, everything is connected. And speaking of connection, this brings us to the topic of the second session, the quest for development success, bridging theoretical reasoning with economic practice. Please welcome the moderator of the discussion, Professor Waldemar Karpa from Kozminski University. Applause. The virtual introduction will be done by Professor Edmund S. Phelps, Nobel Prize laureate, Columbia University, titled My Journeys in Economic Theory. And please welcome our discussants, Dr. Andrzej Byrt, Doctor Honoris Causa of the Poznań University of Economics, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in the years 2001-2003, Ambassador of Poland in Germany 2003-2007, and in France 2014 and 2016. And also please welcome Professor Piotr Michali, Corvinus University, Budapest, Editor-in-Chief of Acta o Economica. Please welcome. Okay.
Already, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to continue the discussion today. Professor Lin has picked me some interesting lines from my pitch, but I think that we have observed a very interesting and very precise masterclass on economic development. And speaking of which, I think that doing economic development, and basically the essence of what economic development is extremely complicated, complex, because we need to find a very fine blend of economic growth, of institutional setup, good governance, social progress, and environmental sustainability. And if this session is entitled Bridging the Gap between Economic Theory and Implementation, so we need to think, we need to discuss how to make it more effective, how to transform good theories to really raise the living standards all over the planet. So obviously we have theory, and we need theory because it provides us very interesting insights and understanding of factors that are driving the progress in our world. And then on the other hand, we have this implementation. So this is a question of tools. And very frequently, we can see that we are failing with implementation of economic policies. So even with beautiful theories, very frequently, well, we are failing. And this is a story of development economics of the last century. Obviously, we have achieved huge success because we have halved, for instance, the global poverty. And we are observing that more and more nations are aspiring and then entering into this very special club of developed countries. Something strange is happening with my desk. Thank you. So this is a huge challenge for us to understand once again what we are doing good and what we are doing wrong, and then what can be improved. And this is also a question about our profession. I mean, I'm the trained economist, so basically what I'm doing for a living is not only lecturing, but also trying to experiment with some economic models to see whether already existing theories can be implemented, and then how they are being implemented in the practice. So I think that the traps that we can get into very easily referring to economic theories, well, we may order them into a very interesting list. First trap is obviously about the assumptions that we are making while doing economic models. Very frequently, we are using simplifications, we are using simplified assumptions, and then we are trying to use the conclusions to predict the average behavior of individuals or the countries. And then very frequently it happens that we are not having sufficient data to check, to prove whether the theories that we have worked out are really working. So this is another very interesting limitation. And on top of that, very frequently we are forgetting about the fact that economics cannot be seen as a single and extremely detached scientific discipline from other disciplines, and then basically what is going on in the world. And I think that I can say that very frequently we are obsessed in economics as a science with the notions of equilibrium, whereas in this world we are observing more and more very strange disequilibria. So finally there's a question, how can we get into some kind of, I don't know whether semi-universal theories that will really help to understand what's going on in this world. So today we are having an extremely interesting and eclectic panel of discussants with us. But the beginning of the session, so the commencement of our session, will start with the address of the Nobel Prize recipient in economics, Professor Phelps, who will be talking about his experience with economics. So he's talking about his books, which is a very quiet, but at the same time very confident memoir about his journey through the economics, about his commitments to the science. And I think that what is extremely worth noting after the lecture of this book is that, producing beautiful ideas, decent theories or good theories is possible only when we are getting as much as possible from encounters with other people. So whenever one beautiful mind encounters another beautiful mind, then, well, the sparks can fly. And then on the other hand, Professor Phelps, in a very, very quiet way, once again, is saying that what he has discovered and how he planned a little bit his trajectory as an economist, well, it is based on a very specific sense of observation of the reality. So let's listen to Professor Phelps, and then we'll continue our discussion.
It's an honor on the occasion of the 75th birthday of my friend Greg Kolodko to talk here about my memoir. Writing it was a bit bold since only a half dozen economists have done that. But I had experiences and thoughts that I wanted to share with others. The book, My Journeys in Economic Theory, tells the story of the main experiences in my career as an economic theorist. The fierce opponents, the competing claimants, the teacher who underestimated me, the great figures I was fortunate to be close to. More important, it's a story of my part in reshaping some basic elements of economic theory over the past 6 decades. The journeys in the title refer mainly to 2 quite different experiences. The first of these was my early work. In the 1960s, I put the macroeconomics of Keynes and Hicks, 1936 and 1937, onto a microeconomic foundation. Keynes's book, The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, was widely recognized as the first break from neoclassical economics, the first breakthrough of what may be called modern economics. Keynes's breakthrough had been to point to forces that could drive the economy into a depression, bringing costly unemployment. But his theory was incomplete in leaving not adequately explain why wages and prices did not quickly begin to moderate and ultimately to save the economy from a depression. My explanation brought in the imperfect information on which wage setting and price setting was based. The key step was to introduce firms' expectations of other firms' wage changes into their own wage setting and price setting. That led to the notion of an equilibrium path, a path along which expectations of change in money wage levels and price levels are borne out. And the notion of disequilibrium. The ensuing 1969 conference that I organized at Penn and the resulting conference volume published by Norton were the high points of my career for quite a while. Earlier in the 60s, I had modeled the effect of the public debt on the path of the nation's capital stock, which proved controversial, and there was also the golden rule. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, I branched out from standard economics, such as unemployment and public finance, to work on new subjects: statistical discrimination, economic justice with John Rawls when he and I were out at Stanford, and the benefits of altruism with Thomas Nagel when we were neighbors in Manhattan. I point out in my memoir that Rawls's theory of justice was misunderstood. The public thinks that Rawls advocated taxing high-wage people to raise revenue to any and all people in need, not just those working. I wrote a letter to Jack in mid-April 1976 from Amsterdam, urging him to explain again that his theory of justice is about rewarding the work of the least advantaged, not the poor in general. Years went by, though, without any response from Rawls. At last, he responded in his paper, The Priority of Rights and Ideas of the Good. He wrote, quote, "Those who surf all day off Malibu must find a way to support themselves and would not be entitled to public funds." I felt my understanding of justice was vindicated. Much later, in the early 1990s, I worked with Hyuntaek Hoon of Singapore and Gylfi Zoega of Iceland, both former students of mine, to write Structural Slumps. This book estimated the extent to which it is shifts in the natural rate itself that are often the cause of shifts in making a new case for lifting wages of the less advantaged, one independent of Rawls's theory. The second of these two journeys was my later work. With the new century, I wanted to take a new direction. I became aware that I had been conceiving new elements with which to support or enrich the theories of others, mainly Keynes, and not conceiving my own basic theory. Fortunately, a new perspective on the economies of a modern society came to my mind. And over the next decades, I was able to build a radically new theory of my own. I came to reject the neoclassical theory of innovation, the view adopted in both Schumpeter's 1912 book and Robert Solow's 1956 paper, Growth Model. In that view, the emergence of new methods and new goods in the West, mostly in only half a dozen lead economies, was exogenous to the nation's economies. They arose from discoveries of scientists and navigators in that view. But with what, I wondered, could that theory be replaced? In writing the 2013 book, Mass Flourishing, I came to believe that in the 100 years of unprecedented economic growth in the West, the widespread innovation arising in the lead nations was not exogenous for the most part. I came to believe it was largely fueled by people from the grassroots of society, ordinary people, as I like to say, ordinary people working in the economy, people in a variety of companies who might sometimes conceive a better way to produce something or even new things to make. I felt the deep involvement of many people using their creativity to conceive new methods or new products. That was a demonstration of widespread creativity. Few societies were capable of this. Those few possessed a kind of dynamism. In my view, this dynamism found in some Western societies derived from their embrace of modern values, values such as individualism, vitalism, and self-expression. Where these values, and thus dynamism, were present, so was widespread innovation. Further, this innovation was mainly indigenous to the people working in the nation's businesses, not exogenous as supposed by neoclassical theorists from Schumpeter to Solow and beyond. That was my theory. Would the data support my theory? The answer was yes. In Dynamism, the 1922 book of mine and my team, statistical tests, both by Raicho Bojilov and by Gilfie Zuega, confirmed the importance of such values using social survey data and total factor productivity data. This theory of innovation has been a huge departure from the prevailing perspective on work. My fascination with the experience of work in many jobs, not all, of course, dates back to my first monograph, Inflation Policy and Unemployment Theory, written in my year at Stanford. This book observed that one's jobs, besides the wage, feelings of self-respect, feelings of esteem in the community, the sense of economic independence, and job satisfaction. Mass flourishing, however, went further than that. There I emphasized that people participating at one time or another in the widespread innovative projects were using their creativity to make new things. These people were meeting challenges, finding ways to express themselves, and enjoying personal growth in the process. These people were flourishing and exercising their creativity. These people could have highly rewarding lives. Now, in America and France, and Britain to a degree, no doubt a few others, we have witnessed the consequences of the narrowed innovation over the past 5 years. While much of the high-tech innovating has continued and even picked up in the US, there has been a severe contraction of economic growth, as measured by total factor productivity. Hence, wages have slowed to a snail's pace. Working life has dulled, and social tensions have risen. Now I come to a section revising dynamism to regain growth and flourishing. The inference drawn in mass flourishing and also dynamism is that, quote, to regain the high desire to innovate, it will be important to cultivate the positive values that were so fruitful for nearly a century. I sensed now that the importance of values is greater than I had surmised. There may be a kind of multiplier at work, a contraction in the supply of modern values decreases the amount of economic growth supplied, and a demoralizing loss of growth may induce a further loss of values. A wide-ranging change in the books studied in high school may be essential to reviving dynamism. It might also help to introduce music and art into high schools and middle school curriculums. In addressing this problem, the government will want to take any and all measures that can be expected to restore the values that sparked human efforts to create new methods and new things. Stripping away overreaching regulations could likely be a huge help to many would-be innovators. Severing close ties between powerful corporations and the government, both legislative and executive, would also be helpful. We could also make efforts to reform hierarchical structures in the workplace, which impede transmission of any new ideas up the ladder. I would add that it might raise the morale of workers and thus encourage their innovativeness if the government were to subsidize low-wage employment, thus raising wage rates and raising morale. At the very least, countries must continue to reject adoption of the universal basic income. In general, governments ought not to adopt programs that draw or keep many people and their children away from work, which is, for most people, the only available avenue for personal fulfillment and indeed for involvement in the world. Beyond growth, doing things, doing some things in the economy at any rate, may often be rewarding regardless of how little commercial value those things may have. We economists have not recognized that for several decades now, people in the West at least, have wanted to lead rich lives. They need an economy in which jobs are interesting, engaging, and occasionally fun too. A good life, a life of richness, as some humanists call it, means, for one thing, an occasional sense of succeeding, the feeling of prospering when your ship comes in and you gain recognition. I reflect on this critique of economics toward the end of my memoirs. Some readers have taken an interest in the following portion. Quote, "A new kind of economics, of political economy, one that incorporates the flourishing brought by widespread involvement in innovating and problem solving, must be formalized for use in teaching students something about what the economy is capable of delivering and how it functions. Neoclassical theory could still be brought to bear on such classical maladies as trade wars, Rawlsian injustice, and monopoly, but this new economics would redress the need for indigenous innovating and the meaningful work that it brings. For our own self-respect, we economists have to expound and develop further an economics that it recognizes the non-pecuniary rewards of meaningful work, the challenges and achievements, as well as the sense of participating in the economy, usually society's main project. In short, we will need an economics that incorporates the phenomenon of flourishing. With such an economics, we will put an end to the awful crassness sometimes found in our profession. A good life in much of society is more or less an unmet need. People need to realize their talents and aspirations. We economists ought to design an economy organized to enable people to have such working lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Karpa, you can begin the discussion. You have until 1 p.m.
Well, I think that in the context of what we just have heard from Professor Phelps, it becomes apparent that this concept of mass flourishing can be extremely appealing in the sense that while strengthening and impacting the self-fulfillment of individuals can lead to a race in, let's say, what we call in economics, social welfare. At the same time, I think that everyone has noticed that Professor Phelps has addressed also a very interesting point of changing a little bit our approach in a way we are doing economics. So we, I mean, the practitioners of economics. So it is not about neglecting what we have achieved in economics in the sense of neoclassical economics, but building on this and adding something up to it, some kind of new dimension, new heuristics. So, gentlemen, maybe first question to you, and I will start, Peter, with you. Do you think that economics as a science is still relevant in addressing, well, current societal challenges?
Thank you very much for this provoking question. My short answer is yes, economics does matter. And what I found most interesting in Professor Phelps' long and in many directions going essay is his emphasis on values and economic progress and innovation. I think it's extremely important, and I don't see any other alternative theory to explain why certain economies are prospering and why others economies are not prospering. My favorite example is freestyle swimming. Perhaps some of you know, but maybe many of you don't know, that there is no rule in freestyle swimming. You swim whatever you want, whatever way you want. There's no limitations whatsoever. And if you watch the Olympics, everybody's swimming the same way. But this is the current state of affairs. This is what you have to do. And the same happened in high jumping, Fosbury style. Some of you may remember when it came into fashion. And in a short period of time, the whole world started to swim, to jump like this. So I think this is very important. And at one point, I would take argument with Professor Phelps, with due modesty, of course, and especially he's not here. I think the lesson of the last 100 years or so is that economic fluctuations, cycles are unavoidable. And it's a dream to imagine a world with economic conflict without slumps and without falls. The last couple of years showed that different reasons, like the roles on the mortgage market in the United States, or a bacterium, a virus causing epidemics, can cause enormous troubles. And I don't think it's the end of the story. There will be other reasons why economies will fail for a number of years, and we have to live with that. And we economists are misleading the world, misleading ordinary people, misleading our students, if we promise a prosperous, harmonious, conflict-less world. There is no such thing, in my view. And that's the lesson of economics.
Andrii, so maybe right now it's time for a response from you, because you are more on the implementation side of, let's say, economics and economic theory. So referring to my question, do you think there is a hope for some kind of universal economics that really is relevant still?
Very many of us would say and agree, first and foremost, that there is nothing so good for practice like a good theory. That's very often repeated on many occasions, but as a matter of fact, that's true. We are discussing now the problem of development in the macroeconomic framework, rather, among countries, rather than between two companies or two guys who are making a kind of small business, although it's linked with one another. But look at it from this macroeconomic perspective. What Professor Phelps told us, it was an absolute brilliant apology of freedom of thought, freedom of reasoning, of dynamism which can be created by that freedom. an attractiveness of theory which creates new ideas, and therefore in certain nations which catered to guarantee such freedom for very many generations, they've exploded in their growth. I will make a personal remark which is connected with today's author of today's meeting, Professor Kolodko. I remember, Grzegorz, 33 years ago, the government of the United States, after the break of the Soviet Union, decided to pick up 10 countries in the world which will influence the growth of their regions because of some would say inborn dynamism. That was the analysis made by 5 American institutes, among others by the CIA Institute. And among these 10 countries, which were supposed to make world grow in the next 50 years, among those 10 countries, there's one only European, that was Poland. Others were Mexico, Brazil, from Africa it was Egypt, I think, and those southeast tigers in Asia was China, of course. And after 30 years, they've made a meeting, and then they say, look, we were right. Poland, we were the only maybe country who, with China, non-stop, nearly 30 years non-stop, we grew 1 by 1 every year, except for COVID year, but it was a hit for everybody worldwide. So why does it happen? Because irrespective of political streams, of political government in this country, they, however, generally, all of them accepted the idea of economic freedom. However, in the meantime, and this I will recall once again and remind this beautiful apology of Professor Phelps, they said, we have to take into account, however, the basic interests of people, because they will reply, as he said, as grassroots initiative, which all of a sudden, being inspired by the possibility of acting freely, we shall give our extra stimulus for growth. And now, a week ago, IMF has produced, I don't know whether you have had the occasion to see it, a global charter of the world. And they said for every single country. And for Poland, they presented first our GDP per head in the year 1990, and then show how many countries in the worldwide were in a better position than we. We were very slow somewhere in the end. Today, the data are from 2023. Poland is in the group of very restricted number of countries, still far away from, let's say, United States, Luxembourg, Switzerland, and so on. But in the group of those who have the likelihood of growing even further, relatively faster, but faster than the average. And it was due, as I think, exactly to the fact that irrespective of political option in our country, those who were in charge of first microeconomic political decisions and those who were in charge of not macro but microeconomic business decisions decided to not to disunite but however work nearly one with one again. And to close it, each of us know the name of famous British author Rudyard Kipling, the author of the Book of the Jungle for children. But he wrote also a series of essays under the name So Stories. And every single essay was preceded by his little drawing and then by a small poem. One of these poems reads as follows. I had 6 honest helping men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and who and when and where, and how and when and where and who and how and who. Sorry. These 6 questions, as a matter of fact, being applied every day by each of us, these are steps to rationality in our action. We have to respond to very simple 6 questions: what to do, when, with whom, how much it costs, and where to reorient our efforts.
Well, those questions are pretty simple, but I think that approach to ask them and then implementation of, let's say, possible scenarios are pretty much complicated and difficult. You have mentioned a very interesting, important point of stimulating creativity And I think that was also a point of Professor Phelps. While at Kozminski, we are doing this all the time. I mean, we are stimulating the creativity of our students. But somehow at the very end, we are still not reading, we do not see a huge hike in the statistics of total factor productivity raising. So, well, there is one problem in this. I mean, how to commercialize this creativity so that the creativity can be attractive from the market point of view, and what kind of policies should be needed to implement this kind of recipe in the economy. And I think that Poland, in that sense, is really lagging behind a little bit of when we are looking at the European champions. So, yeah, but this is extremely long and complicated debate. But talking about economic policy, while we are attending this conference, and this is the jubilee of Professor Grzegorz Kolodko, and I think that he is a master in fine-tuning and the fine governance and designing this kind of policies, but also he has worked out a series of interesting, captivating, and I think and extremely holistic in their approach, ideas that can be somehow alternatives to the mainstream economics. So, gentlemen, in your opinion, is there a particular insight, a thought, an idea from Professor Kolodko that you think is precious, that should become more popular right now, and it's really well suited in addressing today's challenges?
Well, I think in Grzegor's work over the last couple of years, China has grown in importance, and you devoted more and more time to China than to Poland, which of course is fully relevant and realistic. And I think we are at the moment of a great question and a great instability, which way China will go. Because China is not just one country like Poland or Hungary, or even smaller countries like Luxembourg. China is a huge country, and half of the world will follow or will draw consequences of what China is happening. And so in that regard, what your research is extremely important, and you have to try to guess, which is a guess, what will China do next? Because the Chinese economic model is exhausted to a certain extent. And I adventure to say China has been growing back to communism to a great extent with the latest developments of last 6 or 8 years with Deng Xiaoping, with President Xi. So what China will do in the next couple of years will determine the future of the world. If China is remaining peaceful, it's one way. If China is trying to unite itself with Taiwan, it's another game, entirely other game. It will change the picture entirely. And in the same way as the collapse of the Soviet Union pushed a country like India, for example, towards capitalism, a collapse of China will push other big countries in totally unknown directions. So that's what I consider very, very important in Grzegor's research, and I recommend him a few good articles and future-telling articles about China, because that's the most important question of the world.
Well, I totally agree, because I think that this idea and this concept of Chinese that has been worked out by Professor Kolodko has a huge potential of explaining what is happening, especially in the developing world. So what we are observing, if I quote Professor Kolodko, this very special mix of state intervention and invisible hand of the market, well, this is something special. And if I had one takeaways from Professor Kolodko's work, it would be this. And what do you think, Andrii?
I think since his very beginning of his scientific work, Professor Kolodko paid very thorough attention to the human side of economic progress. that was exactly very well presented by Professor Phelps. We produce welcome, we produce goods, services, intellectual rights in different forms, but they have to serve somebody. Now we lived through a period of very dramatic population growth. When I was born, the population of the world, it was the first half of the 20th century, the population of the world was less than 2 billion. Now we have more than 8 billion, of which 1.5 China, another 1.5 India, and now with growing Africa with high speed. We are just reaching limits of reservoirs of raw materials. We are spoiling climate. And these subjects have been then introduced even more into the theoretical reasoning of today's author, Professor Kolodko. And I think it's a very substantial thing. We have always bear in mind that the best theories, at least in social sciences like economics, that is different to some extent. We are thinking about natural sciences, mathematics, physics, or biology. But even there, it's this human perspective is the absolute overvalue, which should be always observed, also in minds of those who are front runners in economic research. And I think that we are exactly witnessing today to such good positive results of reasoning, also by the new chapters of intellectual activity of Professor Kolodko.
Totally agree, but I just wanted to build on one side of, let's say, implications or implementation of economic theory, and this refers to our instruments, so basically how we deal with tools of economic analysis. So what can be observed right now is that with the same data set, well, we can prove everything at its contrario. Professor Heckman said one day that when you torture data, they will confess. So there's another trap in economics, how we approach basically data, and then what kind of instruments we are applying to draw conclusions that will be next well implemented.
That's true. And it's true also that about 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when econometrics started, it was a straightforward belief in many of us that finally economic questions can be decided. We measure the data, we run the regressions, and we find a yes or no answer. Now, unfortunately, over the years, it turned out that this is not so simple because the results depend very much on definition, on, for example, the definition of money. What do you mean by money? And then you measure the amount of money, you get different results. Or the same way when you measure economic development, in which terms to measure? Do you measure in purchasing power parity or current exchange rates? Both are relevant, both are important, but they give you different results. So unfortunately, econometrics has not proved to be decisive, but certainly it is making a progress. So relatively to a time when there was no data, there were no analysis, the world has progressed, economic science has progressed enormously, but yes, it's true, it's not the final truth, and one Nobel Prize winning article can be refuted by another one 10 years later. That's true.
There are no good economics without appropriate measure. No science if there is no measure, and figures will determine. Although we know that is not everything. It has to be supplemented, of course, by qualitative and quantitative analysis, and all together they can give us much more complex vision of what we are trying to describe or formulate in the form of a theory. So there had been a phase of disappointment with econometrics and mathematics apply to economic analysis. But I would like to warn all those who are saying we can drop it in a box, dirty box, and don't bother about it. And econometrical analysis, statistical analysis will be detrimental for further progress as well. But now, with what one describes as a danger, but I rather describe as something which can be a danger, like nukes, but it can be also a very beneficial element to strengthen the new ways of economic analysis. We probably will be using AI in order to supplement our humane reasoning, but will still remain, I'm absolutely sure, fundamental for further progress in economics. All of us had probably read, maybe in original, the famous Discours de la méthode de René Descartes, Discourse on the methods. There are only 4 rules, as you know. And one of them, there are 4 only, and says, disassemble a phenomenon you'd like to observe in as small pieces as you can, study every single of that, and then be sure that you didn't omit anything, and then this rule as such served the humanity for at least 3 centuries to bring us to today's superb development of theory in different fields of sciences. It has to rely on figures, but have been supplemented to much more extent, also the new methodologies available today, which one would be this artificial intelligence, knowing, of course, that it can also lead to falsification of various results. There will probably be a new discipline born, how to check fake news produced also by scientists.
Yeah, absolutely right. So as we are approaching the end of our session, maybe the last short question, very quick. If you were to name 3 necessary ingredients that are making, or allowing us implementing good theories into effective economic policy, what would you name? What is necessary?
Honestly saying, one big problem is language. So the world is now centered around the English language. And if you want to be influential, you have to write in English. That's the first thing. And you have to address the audience, the English-speaking audience. It's not a question of good or bad, it's just a fact that it is. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, of course, data reliability is a crucial question. Speaking against China, again about China, there are numerous and growing skepticism about the Chinese numbers. So if you have problems with the numbers, then what can you do with the theory? So reliable numbers are crucial, and independent data mining, data producing is the second important thing. And the third thing is perhaps brevity. Good ideas can be expressed in very short sentences, in very short papers, and unfortunately all of us, including myself, are inclined to write too long.
Three features you've asked us to name. The first, I would say, it will be free imagination. Without free imagination, you can forget about the target you'd like to reach in an economic macro policy. You have to formulate what you'd like to reach first. And it requires imagination, also based on the observation, thorough observation of the field on which you would like to apply your theory. Number two is deep knowledge. Deep economic knowledge. Without that, countries will be led to disasters. We had such periods also in our countries, both on macroeconomic level as a microeconomic level. We have such a case now with the sale of a Polish refinery for nearly made by total dilettantes who incurred dramatic losses, by the way, in a cooperation with our Hungarian friends. And number three point is consequence. If a decision is taken by a politician, I'd like to do that, he has to say, I will keep doing that in order to reach this because a politician is under pressure of various lobbyists who say, well, maybe not that, or not that fast, maybe we do. And that was one of the critical personal talents of the host of today's event, Professor Kolodko, that he was, excuse me for the word, kicking asses of those who'd like to deter him from reaching the target, which was then formulated. And to say frankly, Poland's rose at the time at 7 till 8% per year. That's it. Thank you.
So I hope that this situation will come back of this economic growth. However, I think that right now, in order to flourish, at least today, we need some lunch. So thank you for the session, and we'll continue after the lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a 45-minute break. We invite you to join us for the lunch in front of the auditoriums. The lunch has been provided for us by the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. Please enjoy, and we are meeting back in the auditorium at 1:45 p.m. For additional inspiration, we also invite you to have a closer look at the photo exhibition of Professor Kolodko titled Faces. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please start taking your seats. We will begin shortly.
Dziękuję panie profesorze. Że pan dorwie tą dzisiejszą powie, że wszystko to miało być tylko i wyłącznie dla zbyt dotyczące konferencji. Tam się cały czas te różne spekany uczeni. Ja nie wiem, gdzie on jest.
Can start. Good afternoon, everybody, and it's great to participate in this conference. I hope that you are sharing our enjoyment. The conference second part just starts, and we have a panel about political system and social economic development with three distinguished speakers, with Martin Wolf, who is chief economic commentator at Financial Times. Probably most of us here in this room are reading his commentaries in the Financial Times and hopefully his recent book on crisis of democratic capitalism. Now we have as discussants Professor Monika Bong, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics at the University of Gdańsk, and Professor Witold Orłowski from Warsaw University of Technology, and the very recognized commentator of the economics and social and political life in Poland, former advisor to the President Kwaśniewski. Now, just as a very brief introduction, because I don't want to take any time, we'll see if this panel of distinguished, knowledgeable speakers will bring us some more pessimism or some more optimism, because in principle, evidently we are not heading toward probably not very optimistic times. Yes, the recent World Bank report on the economic future of the world mentioned that the growth will be relatively unstable because of wars, inflation, and high interest rates. Growth will be dirty because of climate problems, but also because of growing investments in coal extraction, oil extraction, and gas extraction, which are going to triple during next decade in spite of all these stories about the net zero, etc., tendencies. And growth will be greedy because evidently the inequalities stopped decreasing, and in some countries they are increasing. And generally, the World Bank predicts that it will be relatively low at the range of 2% on average. Now, the second dimension, which is mostly social, is that we have increasing populism around the world and the backsliding of democracies in many regions, and until recently Poland and was such an example, Hungary is such an example, but also this is happening all around the world. Now, the third dimension problem that is probably important from the perspective of this panel is wars. Wars technically were always present. Since the Second World War, we had on average 40 wars, military conflicts per year in the world. But somehow they were in the background. Yes, they were sort of far away, somewhere in Africa, somewhere in Asia, etc. And they came closer to the developed world with the war at Ukraine, dramatic war in Gaza that changed Gaza into rubbles and displaced 1.7 million Palestinians. And we have escalation of animosity that we are observing at the moment. So evidently, possibly we are embarking on a journey across choppy waters or wars, and context is very difficult, economically, politically, and socially. And I hope that our distinguished speakers will address these challenges, and maybe they will throw some light on what we can do with it. Yes, Martin, I would like you to take the floor and start this panel with your presentation and commentary.
So first of all, it's a great honor and pleasure to be here among other things, celebrating the remarkable career of Grzegorz, Kolodko. As you probably realize, my knowledge of Polish is rather small. Though my father was actually born in what is now Poland, he left at 4 and spoke not a word. It's a great honor and pleasure, not least because I suppose my views in the world in some ways have converged towards his in the last 20 years. And it's a pleasure to acknowledge that. You had a very interesting discussion earlier on of methodology in economics, and I'm going to make a very brief comment on that because it fits in with my book. I have a very different perspective on the methodological problem of economics. I wrote about this about 12 years ago in an essay which was published by INET, and which is basically, this was perhaps inevitable, but it has a foundational problem which you can see very clearly if you compare social sciences with natural sciences. Natural sciences have a logical structure in which physics is the basis, on top of which is chemistry,
biological chemistry, organic chemistry, biology, and so forth. The problem with social sciences is that we've separated the different activities of human beings vertically, so we think there is an economic area of activity which can be distinguished from social, the social area of activity and the political area of activity and the cultural areas of activity, when in fact they're all next to each other and mixed. There is no such thing as an economy. It's a nonsense. And the reason that's relevant, separate from something else that humans do, it's an artifice of the creation of this subject, which we do for a reason. There are good reasons, but it's very dangerous. And it's particularly dangerous when the economy is intimately interconnected with, and sometimes more than at other times, with what's going on politically and socially. And that is basically the thrust of my book. It's about the interaction between the political and economic systems of Western societies, and particularly advanced Western societies. It doesn't pretend to cover everything in any way, but it focuses particularly on a simple question, which is, why is democracy so obviously in trouble in countries like mine and countries like the United States, but also in other Western countries? I don't dream of commenting on what's going on in Poland. And to answer that question, I'm going to start with a very simple and I think particularly useful quote from a rather well-known philosopher. And I'm going to tell you at the end of this quote who that philosopher is. It is clear then, he said, that the best partnership in a state is the one which operates through the middle people, by which he means essentially the middle class. And also that those states in which this middle element is large and stronger, if possible, than the other two together, by which he meant the plutocracy and the very poor, or at any rate stronger than either of them alone, have every chance of having a well-run democratic constitution. And in other words, he's saying, if you want a democracy, you need a strong, independent middle class, which seems to me pretty central in understanding where we are and what has gone wrong. And this is, of course, Aristotle. So it's a pretty fundamental idea and reality about when or if democracy works. And if I have a single line in my book, single view, it is that we forgot this, there were reasons we forgot this, and we're in trouble as a result. And I'm referring, as I said, to the US, UK, and so forth. I start my book by mentioning why this mattered to me particularly, but I think this is something that would surely resonate here in this country. My father, as I mentioned, was born in what was then Austrian Poland in 1910, in Rzeszów. His father moved the family in 1914 to Vienna, where he grew up. He left Vienna wisely in 1937, but the great bulk of his family, they were Jewish, remained in Poland. My mother came from Holland. She was born in Amsterdam in 1918, and fortunately, she and her immediate family escaped also, actually, while the Germans were invading the Netherlands. They had 4 days to do so. Their wider families remained in Poland, as I said, and in the Netherlands, and every last one of them was exterminated. Between them, they lost something around 40 to 50 cousins, aunts, uncles, and so forth. And why did that happen? Well, we all know why that happened, because political civilization collapsed completely in Europe. And it collapsed not least in what most people would have thought in the 1920s still, and certainly 20 years earlier, was the most civilized country in the world, which was Germany. So, the lesson I've taken from this is twofold. One, never assume civilization will last. That can't be difficult to understand here. And when it collapses, anything can happen. And I should add, in addition, if it collapses, economics is likely to play a big role. And the Great Depression played a decisive role in that collapse. Now, with that basic introduction, let me just make a few remarks about how this book is structured. But just one other thing, my basic motto, which I think fits with Grzegorz' view of pragmatism, is the great Greek motto "me than agan," which means nothing in excess, and is on the Temple of Delphi. I used to be a classicist before I sunk into being an economist, and it means nothing in excess, which is another way of saying there is never a complete truth in anything, and democracy and capitalism particularly are systems which need balance between them and within them to function. So with that, let me just say what I want to cover very briefly. I've already talked about what motivated me to write this book. I'm going to talk briefly about the democratic recession. I'm going to talk about what I think democratic capitalism came from. I'll talk about what's gone wrong in the high-income democracies. I'll talk briefly about this system's role in the world, sentences which will surely provoke Justin, which will be good, and we can have a nice debate, and then a little conclusion. So, remember, if there's any simple rule about what democracy is about, it's that the outcomes of elections determines who holds power. They have to be fair elections. That's always difficult to arrange. People have to be free to campaign, but fair elections determine who holds power. So if a head of government decides, I don't accept the outcome of the election and I'm going to do what I can to overthrow it, and all his supporters agree that he is right, you don't have a democracy anymore. You just don't. And that is the current situation of the United States. That is the current situation of the United States. And to show this, I will give you this beautiful chart, you may well have seen similar things, about the perception of alternative reality in the United States up to the summer of 2023. And it says, this is the percentage of US voters saying that Joe Biden became president due to voter fraud. The total and by party affiliation. So the total is essentially around 30%. Think he was there fraudulently. Among Republicans, it's 70%. Among Democrats, it's close to zero. This isn't a trivial epistemological difference. This is a fundamental divergence of opinion of how their political system operates. Basically, in my view, this is a chart saying these people are in a civil war. Now, it may not come to it, but that's what this chart seems to me to be saying. Now, there were various people on the Republican side, notably Liz Cheney and a few others, who said, Trump's lie is a big lie. It's a total lie. You know it's all nonsense. And she's out, and everybody else who said that is out, and Trump will be the next candidate for president. And he has at least a 50% chance of winning. I'm not going to go further in what that meant, but I will make one point. If you're in a situation in which the leader of a major political party defines what is true for the members of his party, and in this case, it's an enormous proportion of the population, this went not so very long ago by the name of Führerprinzip. This is fascism. Let's be absolutely clear. Now, this can also be stated, so that's America, the world's most famous democracy, certainly the world's most powerful democracy. This comes from Freedom House, which is a very well-known American think tank, which looks into what's happening to democracy more broadly. And this is consistent. I've already talked about the democratic recession in the US, but this is about the democratic recession broadly. A term invented by Larry Diamond, a great professor at Stanford, when discussing what was going on in the political system of the world. And he invented this term roughly 18 years ago, 2006. And what it basically shows is that a very, very large number of countries have suffered very large declines in their political freedom. In terms of the decline, this was, remember, was a year ago when they did this. I'm afraid Poland was rather high. Presumably it would look rather different now, but the US is there alongside the other great democratic giant, India. It's a big deal. This is a big deal. So that's where we are. We have a large democratic recession globally, and it's very significant in some very, very significant democratic powers. So that then leads me to my next question, which is, where did democratic capitalism come from? And my argument, in essence, if I'm going to summarize it, is democracy and capitalism have some shared roots, but they also have some profound tensions. I call them complementary opposites. And how are they complementary? Well, they both, and this is quite important, reject the idea of ascribed hereditary power and wealth. The essential idea is people can decide important things for themselves, politically and economically, and they can create wealth for themselves in the process. So it rests on market capitalism rests on ideals of free labor, individual effort, reward for merit, and the rule of law. And democracy rests on ideals of free discussion and debate among citizens when making those laws. And historically, remarkably, there has been a pretty clear coincidence between periods of dynamic capitalist development and the rise of democratic systems. And this is what this chart shows. The most interesting line here is the brown one, which shows the proportion of countries, independent countries at the time, which is a problem, which are democratic. And I don't go all the way back to 1800, but it is worth noting that on this database, in the year 1800, there were absolutely no societies on the world that could be considered democratic. Absolutely none. By 1900, there was a significant number of independent countries which had got there, about 20%. It reached a peak immediately after the First World War, and then the terrible collapse in the interwar years with the rise of, first, of course, the Soviet Union, and then, of course, above all, the fascist power, reaching a nadir in 1940, then a big rise after 1940, and a huge rise in the proportion of countries that were democratic from 1970 to 2006, whereupon it stagnated, and if I had the more recent data, fell. And by and large, I won't go into detail, the periods of rise coincided with buoyant global market systems. However, democracy and capitalism don't work too well when capitalism doesn't generate the sort of independent middle class on which the political system depends. In fact, in which you get a situation in which the market starts generating an extreme oligarchy. In fact, there are other ways in which capitalism and democracy are in contradiction, opposites. Capitalism, of course, tends to be cosmopolitan. The democratic state, like all states, is territorial. The market is the domain of exit. Democracy is the domain of voice. And above all, the market economy, as I've mentioned, tends to inequality, $1 one vote, while democracy has an egalitarian idea, one person, one vote. So tension between capitalism and democracy will inevitably emerge. And the crucial point here, which I would stress, is that in any society, there is the tendency for those with the control over the wealth to achieve power and to hold it. Oligarchy goes naturally with oligopoly, and autocracy often coincides with both. That's been the historical tendencies. And this becomes, in my view, far more likely if we get this sort of concentration of wealth we've recently been seeing. And the natural democratic reaction against such a concentration of wealth is populism, which is exactly what we're seeing. But the autocrat who uses populism for his own political purposes is likely to kill the democracy at the end. So that's the basic argument I have. Now let me just go briefly through some of the data, and I can only do a small part of it, on what's been happening to the developed countries before I conclude with thinking about where we are today. So the first chart is a very simple indicator, I think quite a useful one, of what's been going in the US economy. And it goes back from 84, and it comes up to 2020, so just before COVID. And the blue line is essentially median real household income, and the red line is mean family income. And the divergence you see, which is shown by the light blue line going down, the divergence you can see is, of course, because the mean is growing faster than the median, because it's being pulled up dramatically by what's happening at the top. It's as simple as that. The second chart, which seems to me very important in understanding the decline in the middle classes in wealthy industrial societies, and the role in particular the organized working classes played in those societies, is deindustrialization. Deindustrialization was not a phenomenon we could have prevented, but it had profound social and economic consequences in all our societies. It's why the ex-industrial working class is such an enormous part of the base for people like Donald Trump and of the vote for Brexit in Britain. And you can see that in every one of these major developed countries, there has been colossal declines in the share of the jobs being generated by industry over the last 40 years. It's a huge secular decline. And with it, of course, has gone a collapse in trades unions, which were the natural support base for social democratic parties. The third phenomenon, which seems to me also important, is the declining rates of economic growth. And the simple way of looking at that is what happened to productivity. So each of these columns shows average productivity growth in major developed democratic nations since the 1950s. And you can see that the 2010s, so this is pre-COVID, were particularly terrible everywhere. But basically, there has been a very significant downtrend in the rate of growth of productivity, and therefore in the average rise in real incomes over prolonged periods. For countries like the UK, for example, to take this example, essentially we haven't had a period of such stagnant real incomes in our society as in the last 15 years since the early 19th century. It's as bad as that. That, I think, and there are many other examples, these were the core trends in our economies, and it created profound disaffection. Then came a crucial moment in economic history, in my view, namely the financial crisis of 2007-09, which turns out to have been a break point for the economies. And two things followed from that. First, I argue, that there has never been, there can never be a clearer indicator of the failures of the elites in charge of our economy, the financial sector's elite and the governmental elite, than a gigantic financial crisis. And there can never be anything that looks more unjust, even if it's necessary, than the rescues that follow. And it really, I think, delegitimized totally the free market part of the conservative tradition in our societies. It fundamentally demolished, if you like, Thatcherism and Reaganism as credible policies. And that meant conservatives had to look for something else, and we know where they ended up and where they have ended up. And the second thing is, after the crisis, there was, which included the European economic crisis, the Eurozone crisis, a dramatic collapse in economic performance. So this is a very, very simple chart. What it shows is how far below the 1992-2007 trend growth in real GDP per head was GDP per head in every year up to and including 2021. Of course, that was COVID affected. But the key point is, with the exception of Germany and to a lesser extent, surprisingly, Japan, probably not, many of these countries, real GDP is between 20 and 30% lower than the pre-crisis trend. The financial crisis was a decisive break point in real GDP per head and growth. And of course, this combination of financial crisis with stagnant real GDP per head was coincident with an immense rise in the support for populist parties. I looked at the American experience. This is the European experience. And it's particularly striking how much the support for populist parties rose in Southern Europe during the financial crisis. Financial crises and their aftermath are devastating for political legitimacy. Now, a lot of people will point, in addition to the, and genuinely, very, very large changes in the composition of our populations, with very large increases in the proportion of the foreign-born in our population. And there's no doubt this is a significant fact. But I discuss in my book at length the rather striking fact that anti-immigrant populism doesn't coincide very strongly at all with the proportional increase in foreigners in society. It's not at all clear that just rising proportion of immigrants in societies devastates the political consensus. My own view is that the economy is much more important. So this, in sum, is what I think, incredibly briefly, have been the main drivers of the return of populist demagogy. And by the way, this is consistent with a great deal of economic and other work which indicates that large financial crises and long-term rises in inequality tend to have very powerful negative effects on the legitimacy of democratic systems. And that then let me leave with a very last question. Where does this leave us in terms of systems competition in the world today? I think basically it doesn't look as though anyone really believes there is an alternative to a market system. The question, of course, is what sort of politics will go with that system? One possibility is liberal capitalism or democratic capitalism, and I've already discussed about this. There are two other possibilities. The first, which seems to be now becoming increasingly common, is a hostile takeover of democracies from within by the sort of populist demagogues I've talked about. Essentially, the person concerned takes over the core institutions of state, judiciary, media, and so forth, and if the person is ruthless enough, ends up irremovable. He's become a dictator. Systems like this, in my view, tend to end up as corrupt and ineffective, but it can take quite a long time to get there. And the other system we have is what I call bureaucratic authoritarian capitalism. and we might know as the current Chinese or Vietnamese system. And there's no doubt that it has been extraordinarily successful over the last 30 or 40 years. But I would argue that it also suffers from real vices. And the most important is that it tends over time to become more authoritarian, and it has a constant battle to control corruption, and really very serious corruption. And we don't have to take my word on that. Xi Jinping himself has made very clear that he views this as a core problem of the system, even delegitimizing it. But of course, this system also has a very big problem, which is that if rulers and leaders fail, it's really quite hard to get rid of them. And the one virtue democracy definitely has, and I can show it from the recent experience of my own country, is if we get truly terrible leaders, we can get rid of them without killing anybody. And I regard that as a very considerable asset. But the conclusion, I can't go through into more, is that the democratic capitalism of the West is in very serious crisis. It's particularly serious in the most important democratic country in the world, the United States, and I don't know what is going to happen there. It has happened in very significant measure because of inherent defects in the capitalist system, which we failed to remedy, and this is not the first time that has happened in history, and there is a real problem if the US goes down, India too going in the same direction, that we're moving into a world of authoritarianism, and it worries the hell out of me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. I would like our first discutant, Professor Monica Bong, to take the stage or to voice her concern and ideas.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. It's a privilege for me to attend the Professor Grzegorz Kołotko's Jubilee Conference. We have met many years ago, and I had many opportunities to discuss with Professor mainly issues regarding the economic transformation in Central and Eastern European countries, effects, barriers, challenges, etc. And well, I have to say that his insights and opinions are something I deeply respect. And referring to the beginning of today's conference, I'm for sure one of those in this hall to be inspired by Professor. So today I will particularly focus on the Central and Eastern European countries. Let me start with a short notice regarding the excellent presentation and book of Mr. Martin Wolf. You mentioned that, as reported by Freedom House, a democratic recession occurred in all regions in the world, notably in the fragile democracies in post-socialist nations. However, I would like to pay attention on the high divergence across these countries. Taking a closer look at the Freedom House latest report, we see that countries like Russia, Hungary, and Serbia experienced really significant declines, largely, of course, due to the nationalist leaders consolidating power. However, it is important to notice that some improvements, there are some improvements, like in Slovenia, for example, with the newly elected government. Also Kosovo, which saw some positive changes after the elections in 2021. And, well, hopefully also Poland will be joined to this group showing improvements. Moving beyond the Freedom House report, it's also beneficial to consider the World Bank governance indicators, We have Professor Piątkowski with us, so sorry for my simplification maybe. But a key aspect within this World Bank governance indicators talking about the democracy is of course the voice and accountability index, which measures the extent to which citizens can participate in government election along with freedoms of speech, association and the press. And here first remark, despite more than 30 years since the start of transformation, significant deficiencies in freedom of speech and the development of civil society still exist in our, let's say, group of countries. On a scale from -2.5 to +2.5, none are close to the top. Secondly, particularly worrisome are some nations scoring below 0. Among these, of course, Belarus, with a negative trend unchanged for many years, Russia, where the situation has drastically worsened in recent years, but also former Yugoslavian countries with ratings around 0, mainly in Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Serbia, and additionally Moldova can be added here. And thirdly, what is really disappointing, a noticeable decline has been observed in recent years in 2 transformation leader countries, Hungary and Poland. On the opposite end are the Baltic countries, where indicators are the highest level, and what is also very important, the trend is rising. Here I mean, of course, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And we can add Czechia to this group as well. Still, we have a very good assessment in Slovakia, but a downward trend is expected after the recent 2023 elections. So, we have significant differences between Central and Eastern European countries, and well, it's rather difficult to make just a single judgment that we are dealing with a democratic recession in post-socialist countries. I'd like to make another point regarding the impact of political system on the socio-economic development, which is just the topic of highlighted in the title of our panel. The European Commission publishes interesting compilation. They estimate correlation between World Bank governance indicators and selected indices describing the economic development and quality of life and general socio-economic development. And here, well, one small remark referring to the discuss from a previous session about the methodology, the introduction of Mr. Martin Wolf, I fully agree with you that talking about the methodology, talking about the methods, of course, figures and data, strict data are very important, and statistical and econometrical models are very important. But we have to remember that talking about the macroeconomic development, we have to include socio-economic information. We have to include some qualitative data, information about the quality of life, information about the human development. And there are many challenges how to measure and how to calculate it. But coming back to this correlation made by the European Commission, so the governance indicators and the socio-economic indices. In general, a strong correlation has been proven between governance indicators, especially government effectiveness and regulatory quality, and indices evaluating the level of socio-economic development, such as GDP per capita, but also World Happiness Index, Human Development Index, and indicators also describing the sustainable development achievements like Energy Transition Index or Sustainable Development Goal Index. So this is a regularity. This is the relationship. The higher the governance indicators, the better socioeconomic development indices. And now returning to the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, I examined the indicators of socio-economic and sustainable development in these countries, just to verify this regularity. Among the available data, because we do not have information for Russia, Belarus, Kosovo, but for other countries, yes. And we have one country with all indicators at a very low level, namely Bosnia and Herzegovina. And generally for Balkan countries of former Yugoslavia and also Albania, relatively low indicators are shown. The exceptions are, of course, the two EU member states, Balkan Peninsula, Croatia and Slovenia. By the way, for Slovenia, this is just the leader in our region for sure. Countries considered as precursors of economic transformation, that's what I've already mentioned, Poland, Czechia, Hungary and Slovakia, where one would expect the highest result, show great diversity. So the Czech Republic performs the best, but Poland and Slovakia, and especially Hungary, show worse results in such indices as Happiness Index, Human Development Index, and Sustainable Development. The situation in the countries of the former Soviet Union is very diverse. So the Baltic countries, again, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, clearly lead the way. Estonia, alongside Slovenia, is among the leaders in all indicators. In stark contrast, we have countries led by Russia, showing minimal progress, with most countries ranking at the lowest indicators. And here we have, of course, Belarus, Ukraine, and also Moldova. What does it indicate? It shows that interconnection between political stability, civil society development, and social economic indicators is really important and is reflected in the real-world situation in Central and Eastern Europe. Starting not from the same, but rather similar level of both political system and economic development in the early 90s, now we can observe significant divergence among regions. So this correlation between democracy condition and socio-economic indicators is really evident.
Thank you very much for translating this into the picture in Central Europe. And Witold.
Okay, thank you, Krzysztof. Well, Mr. Wolf, it was a pleasure listening to you. Actually, I hated it because of what message you've been talking about, right? And somehow we finished with, I wouldn't say an optimistic, but at least showing some way out of the story. Well, let me just make 3 points, a bit long, obviously, well, actually, adding up to problems of the story being more complicated even. I was totally agreeing about your main point. The first point is that I may be wrong, but somehow in the text I had the feeling that at some moment you said something like downplaying a bit the role of the technological change and all this social change. Basically, in the Nazi times, although it was possible there was no internet and a populist rise was possible. Well, yes, obviously, at that time the new technology was the radio, right? Entering houses of all the people, and that was a new internet of that time. Now we've got the total new technology, and it is new. The internet is changing a lot because at least of 2 points. The first one is that it's so easy to manipulate the people, right? And this is, let me be quite open, that we, the business, the economy, we created the monsters, right? The marketing tools, the big data analysis, and so on. So everything was made for the business, not for and the politicians somehow learned how easy it is to use it. Well, the second point is, although I wouldn't say it's wrong or not, but in a sense, now kind of a silent majority that was not participating really in the discussion has got the access to the internet. Before they didn't have it. And actually, the story with the French Gilets jaunes I mean, showing that you do not need the populist leaders even. I mean, it is in a sense terrifying, right? But on the other hand, I would say, okay, the technology is changing and we must simply adjust to it. I mean, the point is, it's not only the politics, although we must know what to do with the internet. Some people ask the question, I mean, why let's say the defenders of liberal side of the society economy cannot compete with the populists in the internet? And the answer is, well, because it's much easier to sell the fear, all these bad emotions of the internet, while selling good emotions, it's much more difficult. And somehow, so the point is not only to change the politics, but also to find the tools to in a sense, to counteract this advantage of the bad feelings that are in the internet. So that was the first point. The second point is about what is the reason of this? What the main split in the societies now? Obviously, it's no longer right versus left. I mean, and we see it because if we try to assess the parties calling themselves right-wing, like in Poland, and we find semi-communist type of economic policies and so on behind it. Well, left-right, it's labor versus capital. It's the it's the split from 150 years ago, right? Now, I would say the biggest split is between those ones who, well, we call them conservatives and liberals, but in fact, people who do not feel secure about this change, and people who enjoy the change. It just happens that those ones with better education, more urbanized, and so on, are less afraid of the change. But there is also one more dimension. That we can understand. But there's one more dimension that is pretty much. I'm pretty much afraid of the effect of it. Okay, in Poland, well, definitely the old age pensioners are on the side. I mean, the older the people, the less than like the change, right? And we are living in aging societies. And maybe in 20 or 30 years' time in some countries, the majority of voters will be old age pensioners, right? With all this discussion, can you stop it by increasing the retirement age? You can't solve the problem this way, right? Okay, you can solve the problem, massive imports of immigrants, but that creates another type of tension, obviously, that you've shown us that it's not the main tension these days, but it is still. And somehow the problem is that we are talking all day about people and growing group of people, and those are the old age pensioners. Those are the former industrial workers that have the jobs are gone, and even if Mr. Trump is promising them, I will bring you the factories back to the United States, the factories will be operated by robots, obviously, not by those people. So altogether, and those people are just thinking about, I mean, let's come back to the golden age, and whoever will promise us that he can do it, he will. And the Brexit story, it's kind of this an attempt, a dream about reversing, 50 years of the change, right? But the problem is that some of these changes you cannot reverse, and this group, this content will be growing. And the third point is the following, that, well, you said economics is somewhere probably in the roots of the problem, and I fully agree with you as an economist. I also have this feeling, but this is not the simple economics, right? I mean, if you compare the economic performance of the United States during the presidency of Trump and Biden, then actually almost all the indicators are better now than used to be. And still, at least half of the Americans are considering that Biden is an economic catastrophe, and Trump was an excellent manager of the economy. Unemployment during Trump times was 8%, and during Biden times is 4%. But somehow it means that it is more about not about this simple economics, not even about the wealth distribution. That depends. I mean, actually, majority of the Trump voters have got nothing against the policies of supporting the rich, and yeah, I mean they search for the enemy rather in China, in Mexico, rather than, I mean, the economic enemy rather than among the richer people in the United States. And so somehow, but it's still, having said so, I must say I still believe that the key is the economics, but the point is not as simply as one could think. And well, the globalization, all the stories, those are the stories about the fear, right? You said that I mean, the story is not about the numbers, the GDP growth, the income distribution. The story is about those ones who are afraid of what has been happening in the economy, those who are not. And let me just finish by telling a few words about Poland. I mean, Poland is a strange country. In a sense, I mean, a strange example, because, you know, we, after 25 years of the growth without any single quarter of the fall, of 4% GDP of average, all the income growing on the average more than 3 times, and still we had almost half of the population agreeing 10 years ago that Poland is in ruins and was in ruins, and the policy was totally hopeless, and so on and so on. So in a sense, it's showing that the simple, probably it means we must search for some deeper roots, economic roots of the story, than just the simple numbers we normally use, like the unemployment numbers, like the simple income distribution, and so on and so on. But that's, having said so, I must say I really enjoyed very much your views. Thank you. And share them. I hated them.
Thank you very much. I mean, I would love to have the questions from the room and the discussion between the panelists, but we used our time. That's it. Now, maybe I wouldn't like to leave it on this sort of, I wouldn't like to say pessimistic, but on the pessimistic note. I mean, one of the things that maybe is giving us some beacon or some ideas during this journey into the dire straits is what the Romans used to say, that if you are warned, you are partially armed. So maybe because of such discussions, we are better understanding the complexity and difficulties of the situation, and maybe we'll find a way out of it one way or another. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much to all of you that heard us, and I want to give the room to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we are living in a world connected on all levels, and the following topic addresses some important issues which we face. Quest for inclusive globalization. Please welcome the moderator of this discussion, Professor Katarzyna Kolasa, Kozminski University. The online introduction will be delivered by Professor Eric Muskin, Nobel Prize laureate from Harvard University, titled, "Why Has Globalization Failed to Reduce Inequality in Developing Countries?" I also would like to invite our discussants, Professor Leon Podkaminer, advisor of the Governor of the National Bank of Poland, Professor Emeritus of Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies, and also I would like to invite Professor Jacek Tomkiewicz from Taiga, Kozminski University. Applause for all of our panelists. And now a couple of words from our moderator.
Extremely honored and privileged to be here today, and I would like to say happy birthday to Professor Grzegorz Kolodko. It's really remarkable to be the second day after your birthday, but still continue to wish you happy birthday, and I hope we will do it for the next year. A lot of memories, a lot of enjoyable moments. And I think one particular that I would like to draw to your attention is that Grzegorz Kołodko is not only author of plenty of books and publications, but also the winner of the greatest number of marathons in Poland, 50. So it's really not only traveling, but running. And that's important subject because this is global world we live in, and you show by your example how to reach this world in a multiple location by not only by preparing publication about globalization, but even enjoying globalization. Globalization is an important topic. We all know that before pandemic, we faced very radical change in the number of people suffering in extreme poverty. It was cut almost by 4 times according to World Bank. Nevertheless, the pandemic brought numerous changes, and one of them is increasing the number of people living in extreme poverty. It was managed to be decreased now after pandemic times. However, there are more discussion about the industrial policies, about the home economics. It shows that we need to redefine potentially the meaning of globalization. So that's why I'm extremely privileged to be moderator for this discussion, and more importantly, to be joined by our Nobel Prize winner, Professor Eric Marskin, who is not only designed his work around globalization, but he treated it from multiple perspectives, from social theory perspective, from game theory perspective. So it will be very interesting to hear his thoughts about the quest for globalization and how it's going to decrease inequality, especially in developing countries, whether it's going to decrease inequality in developing countries. And then it will be very important to lead our discussion after this important presentation. So, Professor Maskin, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to begin by wishing Greg Kolodko a very happy birthday. As you've noted, he's turning 75, so very happy birthday, Greg. In my view, Greg is a true hero of Poland, Europe, and the world. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he had a major role in ensuring that Poland's transition to a market economy was successful. And in fact, within Eastern Europe, I would say Poland had one of the best and smoothest transitions, and Greg deserves a lot of credit for that. Later, he made it possible for Poland to join the European Union, an important step for Poland and for Europe. And more generally, he has been an advocate for globalization. Now, I'm going to highlight a few problems with globalization in my talk, but there's no doubt that it has been one of the most powerful forces for improving economic conditions worldwide that we've known in modern times. And at a time when anti-globalization forces have been gathering strength, we're lucky to have someone like Greg on the scene to remind us of globalization's benefits. So once again, happy birthday, Greg. And now I will attempt to share my slides. Let me see if I can do that. Can you see the slides?
Professor Maskin, we don't see the slides yet, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm looking for the share button, actually. There's a share button up at the top. Oh, here it is. Here. Okay, how about now?
Yes, Professor, we can confirm we see the slides.
Okay, very good. Well, I don't have to tell you that globalization has been an extremely powerful force within the last 20 or 30 years. We've seen more trade of goods and services between countries. We have also seen, and this is a point that I'm going to be coming back to very soon, more production of goods and services across national boundaries. So the very production process itself has been globalized. And this has been caused by decline in transport costs, but I think even more importantly, a decline in communication costs, so that it's now possible for a global company to coordinate its different units almost costlessly through modern communication technology. Now, there have been two main promises made on behalf of globalization. First, it was proposed many years ago that prosperity would be brought to emerging economies thanks to globalization. And this promise, I think, has been fulfilled. And in fact, we have only to look at China or India to see how powerful globalization has been in the development of those countries. They owe much of their success to the fact that they're operating in a globalized world. But another promise that was made on behalf of globalization was that it was going to reduce inequality in emerging economies. That is, the gap between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots. And I'm afraid that on this count, globalization has not delivered. That is, we've seen just the opposite in many emerging economies. China is more unequal than before. India is more unequal than before, and that's true of many other emerging economies as well. And as an economist, I'm interested in the question, why should this have happened? Should we be surprised by the rise in inequality in emerging economies? And actually, from a strictly theoretical point of view, I think the answer is yes. The fact that inequality has increased contradicts the theory of comparative advantage, which is probably one of the best established theories within economics. It goes back over 200 years. It has been remarkably successful over 200 years in predicting the outcome of trade. But for this recent globalization, it has failed to make the right prediction about inequality. And to understand the problem, I think we should spend a few minutes on this ancient theory, the theory of comparative advantage, and why it predicts that inequality should have decreased. Well, theory of comparative advantage says that countries trade with one another because they have different endowments of factors of production. Factors of production, of course, are the inputs to the production process. For my purposes, since I'm interested in income inequality, I'm going to concentrate on labor inputs. So let's imagine that there are two kinds of labor. There's high-skill labor and there's low-skill labor. And there are two countries. There's a rich country and there's an emerging economy. Now, why is the rich country rich? It's rich because it has a high endowment of high-skilled workers. That is, the ratio of high-skilled to low-skilled workers is high in the rich country. Just the opposite in the emerging economy. But because the rich country has such a high fraction of high-skilled workers, it has a comparative advantage in producing goods that require a high proportion of high-skilled workers. So computer software, you can think of computer software as an example of such a good. Computer software requires software engineers, it requires coders.
it doesn't require much low-skill labor at all. Now, the emerging economy has a relative abundance of low-skill workers, so it's going to have a comparative advantage in producing goods where skill doesn't matter so much. And most agricultural products fall into this category. Think of rice as a good which doesn't require very high skill. Well, I'm interested in understanding the effects of globalization on production. So we're going to do a thought experiment. We'll look at production patterns before globalization becomes possible, that is before the two countries, the rich country and the emerging economy, can trade with one another. And then we'll look at production patterns after globalization, after the door to trade is opened. And of course, the difference between those two patterns can be attributed to globalization. So before trade becomes possible, any production has to be domestic. That is, if in the rich country, consumers want to consume both software and rice, well, both software and rice will have to be produced in that country. It can't be imported from abroad. Same thing in the emerging economy. In the emerging economy, both software and rice will have to be produced in the emerging economy. Now, the problem with that is that producing software in the emerging economy is making inefficient use of the labor force. The emerging economy's labor force is better suited to rice. And in fact, low-skilled workers in the emerging economy are hurt to the extent that the country is producing software, because these workers are not much needed for software. They are very much needed for rice. And so if production is being diverted away from rice to software, that's going to reduce the demand for low-skilled labor. And that means that it's also going to reduce low-skill wages. Similarly, high-skilled workers in the emerging economy benefit a lot from software production, and so they will have high wages. Okay, now that's the pre-globalization story. What happens once we allow trade between the rich country and the emerging economy? Well, what will happen is that in the rich country, they no longer have to produce rice. They can switch production from rice to software and import the rice from the emerging economy. And the emerging economy will do just the opposite. It will shift production from software to rice, and it will import the software from the rich country. So the emerging economy is now producing more rice and less software than before. And this will raise the demand for low-skilled workers because they're needed for rice, and it will reduce the demand for high-skilled workers because they're not much needed for rice. So we'll see that low-skill wages rise, high-skill wages fall, and lo and behold, we have a decrease in inequality. This is the prediction of the theory of comparative advantage. And in fact, exactly this prediction came true for many previous periods of globalization. The period we're living in now is not by any means the only historical globalization period. There was an important period of globalization in the late 19th century, where trade between Europe, which had a relative abundance of low-skilled labor, and North America, in particular the US, which had a relative abundance of high-skilled labor, picked up dramatically. This was due to dramatic reductions in shipping costs. So trade took place across the Atlantic. And just as the theory predicted, inequality fell quite substantially in Europe. But somehow, the current globalization is different. And the theory of comparative advantage does not explain why inequality has been increasing in so many emerging economies. So motivated by that puzzle, I got together with Michael Kramer. You may know Michael Kramer. He's a famous development economist and in fact won the Nobel for this a few years ago. We were interested in trying to understand why the current globalization is different from previous ones, why inequality has gone in the other direction. And the issue that we focus on is that this globalization, unlike previous ones, has been very much about the internationalization of the production process itself. Think of computers, for example. A computer might be designed in the US, programmed in Europe, and assembled in China. That is, the process of building a single computer involves many parts of the globe. And computers are just one example out of thousands and thousands of goods, which are literally produced globally. And this is going to be the key to understanding why current globalization is so different from previous periods. Actually, now I'm going to have to look at more than just 2 skill levels. I'm going to assume that there are 4 levels, which I will label A for the highest skill level, B for the next highest, C the third highest, and then D are the least skilled workers of all. And once again, to make matters simple, I'm going to suppose that there are just 2 countries. There's a rich country, there's an emerging economy. The rich country is rich because it has workers of higher skill levels. So it has the preponderance of the A and B workers, whereas the emerging economy has the preponderance of the C and D workers, the lower skilled workers. And once again, we're going to compare what happens before globalization occurs with what we see after globalization. Now, since production is so important to this story, let's imagine that production, in order to produce anything, different tasks need to be performed. I'll suppose, again, to make matters simple, that there are just 2 tasks. There's a managerial task, which is very sensitive to skill, and there's a subordinate task, which is less sensitive to skill. And output is produced by matching different people together. You match, you put somebody in the managerial position, you put somebody in the subordinate position, and by putting those people together, you get outputs. And the amount of output you get will depend on the skill levels of the people performing the tasks. So here's a little mathematical formula. It's the only formula in my talk. Let's imagine that output equals the square of the manager's skill times the skill of the subordinate. So the reason why in this formula the manager's skill is squared is to emphasize that output is more sensitive to the manager's skill than to the subordinate skill. So just to take an example, if the manager's skill is 4 and the subordinate skill is 3, then the outputs will be 4 squared, that is 4 times 4, times the subordinate's skill 3 for a product of 48. Now, let's apply this kind of logic to our 2 countries, and I'm going to show you some pictures based on a particular assignment of numbers to the skill levels A, B, C, and D. But in fact, what I'm going to show you is quite general and doesn't depend on these particular numbers. But for these particular numbers, if we looked at the world before globalization, that is before international production becomes possible, we're going to get a picture that looks like this. So in the rich country, the A workers will be matched with B workers to produce outputs. In the emerging economy, C workers and D workers will be matched together to produce outputs. Notice that there is no matching across countries because that can't happen in a pre-globalized world. Before globalization is possible, the coordination needed for international production is not available. So all production is domestic. So this is the picture that we get before globalization. But after globalization, once international production does become possible, we get a very different picture. And for the particular numbers that I gave you, it will end up looking like this. So we'll have the very skilled workers, the A workers matching with other very skilled workers. We will have at the bottom the D workers, the least skilled workers, matched with other D workers. But across the 2 countries, we'll see B and C workers matched together. This is the typical shift that we will see from pre-globalization to post-globalization production. Now, what are the implications for this shift on wages and inequality? Well, before globalization, remember the D workers were being matched with the C workers, and they benefited from being matched with these higher skill workers. But post-globalization, the C workers are now being matched with B workers in the rich country. So the D workers have lost the matching opportunity that they previously had. By contrast, the C workers now have a new matching opportunity with the B workers in the rich country. So we can expect that C workers' wages will rise. D worker wages certainly will not rise. They might stay the same, they might fall, but the net effect is that inequality in the emerging economy, inequality between the C workers and the D workers is made worse as a result of globalization. Only moderately skilled people, the C workers, get the new opportunities that globalization offers. The D workers are left out of the globalization process. So that very briefly is a production-oriented story for why inequality has increased because of globalization in emerging economies. Now, what do we do about this? Globalization, if globalization produces inequality, we want to do something about that inequality because, as we all know, inequality is a source of severe social and political instability. So one thing you could imagine trying to do, but this would be a mistake, is to try to stop globalization. The reason why this is a mistake is because even if we could stop it, globalization has been a powerful engine for increasing prosperity. So a better answer is not to stop globalization, but to raise skill levels of D workers so that they have international matching opportunities also. The reason why they are left out is because their skills are so low that they cannot profitably be matched with B or A workers in the rich country. So we have to somehow raise their skill level. Now, how to do this? Education and job training is the obvious answer, but the problem is that education and job training are expensive, and someone is going to have to pay. The workers themselves can't pay. These are D workers. They're some of the poorest people in the world. They can't afford to upgrade their skills. And furthermore, their employers, their potential employers, producers, are not going to have the incentive to do the training. Why? Because if I'm a D worker, yes, you could hire me and train me to work at your company, but once you've done that, you're going to have to pay me a higher wage. And even worse, once you've done that, I can just go off and work for your competitor. I don't have to work for you. So you're probably not going to have a strong enough incentive to train me. And the conclusion that we draw from this is that inequality is a problem which is not going to solve itself. Someone has to get involved other than workers and employers in order to solve the inequality problem. There has to be some third party who is willing to invest in training and in education. The obvious third party is government, domestic government, or international agencies, NGOs, foreign governments, private foundations. But the point is somebody has to get involved. It's not going to happen automatically. So just summing up what I've been saying, if you accept this alternative theory, the theory that Michael Kremer and I have developed, and I think by now there's quite a lot of evidence in its favor, the right course of action is certainly not to try to stop globalization. That would be counterproductive, but rather to make sure that the benefits of globalization are shared more equally. And to do that, the lowest skilled workers, the D workers, have to be brought into the globalized world through higher skills and better education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Professor Klasse, you can begin your discussion. You will have until 3:45. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a great presentation. Professor Maskin, I hope you will stay with us.
I'm planning to stay, yes.
Wonderful. We just need to technical double voice. I hope it's only me here in double voice. Inspiring, and potentially drawing a lot of questions my dear panelists, based on your experience, because you bring a lot of experience. Now I'm turning to our both panelists, especially our guest, Leon Podkaminer. How do you see the issue of globalization, and specifically in the world of growing inequality and what we have just heard from Professor Maskin, rising needs for getting more qualified workers, more education? Where are we placed with this quest for inclusive globalization? We here in Warsaw, in Poland. What would be your take, Professor Leon?
Yes. My knowledge of developing countries is very limited, but I do know that globalization is correlated and strongly correlated with rising inequality within and between the developed countries. That's the point you made an hour ago. So rising inequality is now a universal phenomenon, and it's not restricted to developing countries. Very likely, in my opinion, the roots of the phenomenon are the same for both types of countries. And by the way, Professor Maskin refers to globalization in his title, in the title of his presentation, as failing to reduce inequality. This is a nice understatement in this, because in fact, globalization is pretty successful in widening inequalities. So it's not failing to reduce, but in actual fact, it's working strongly to increase inequality. Now, this story about 2 segments or 3 or 4 segments of the labor force, which explains something. I very much liked that type of exercises, and I did a lot of such things, proving everything I could, just manipulating the numbers. But I think the primary thing about inequality is about inequality between labor and capital, between 2 classes, so to say, and not necessarily between segments of the labor force. So I think the whole story Professor Maskin related somehow misses the point, because what we strongly observe in all over the world, including this, especially this country, is growing disparity between business and employees. I wouldn't try to explain these developments by studying, worker A and worker B, how they relate, but it's macro which is behind growing inequality everywhere, I think. And the best indicators of this, to me, is the falling GDP wage share. And this, in my opinion, relates pretty directly to globalization, which I shall briefly explain shortly. Now, to focus attention, I would suggest we have a look at what's happening in the euro area. Why euro area? Because this is a paragon of internal integration. Common market, common money, many common economic policies, common trade arrangements with the rest of the world. So it's a good example of globalization at a local level. Despite all these commonalities, regions and member countries of the euro area tend to diverge in per capita terms. This is something I have done some work on while in Vienna, but I'm sure it's still valid. So we have sigma divergence instead of sigma convergence, which is natural thing to observe. The Germany-led bloc of countries slowly advances in GDP terms per capita, and at the same time, the partners of this German-led bloc, the South Europe, falls back secularly, and Italy, even in absolute terms, before introduction of the euro, before this advanced stage of integration, Italian GDP per capita was roughly the same as German, and now it's much below the German level. So that's one thing which illustrates how countries diverge within this globalized Europe. Interestingly, within Germany, we see also divergence. Former Bundesrepublik, the western part of Germany, advances slowly but surely, while the former GDR, this Eastern Germany, stagnates. So we have, again, this is well documented by researchers in Germany. I think that differences between skilled and less skilled workers might matter here, of course, but I wouldn't say it's very important factor, because it's no language barrier, little cultural barrier, so you have free movement of labor between both kinds of Germany. So again, in my opinion, the macro processes are by far more important. Which processes? First of all, the beggar thy neighbor, which is one process, and the second, the race to the bottom with respect to wages and taxes. These two processes are jointly responsible for falling wage shares everywhere. So it's not only in the US where you have falling wage share, but also in Mexico, which is integrated with the US, which is a strange thing that once they entered this free trade pact, these two countries, they experienced falling wage share in both countries. The same with Poland. Poland joined the EU, frankly, and we see massive, colossal fall in the wage share in Poland. At the same time, we see the same development on a smaller scale in Germany. So, and these processes are very much at work under integration. My last point is about this conviction that despite its shortcomings, globalization is good in terms of output. This is a dogma which goes back to David Ricardo, and I say it's a false dogma. Facts are different. I did some research a couple of years ago showing that globalization doesn't drive growth. It's econometrically shown that advances in trade are strongly correlated with falling rate of growth. So global growth has slowed down under progressing globalization since the mid-1970s. Ricardo's model is a nice piece of speculations, worker A and worker B, here and there, but it doesn't apply to real world for many reasons. Also, not only because of that, the model is about barter, not about trade. Cloth is bartered for wine. Portugal trading with England, cloth exchange for wine. But real trade tends to be imbalanced, which is ruled out under barter. And imbalances matter a lot. So it's not countries trade between themselves because they desire goods produced in different places. Countries trade because they want money, they want profit and not goods. Let me sum up. Globalization has been successful in generating inequality. We all agree. But in my opinion, it failed to maintain fast growth experienced earlier during the illiberal era of regulation, 1950s and 60s. Raising workers' skill levels, a policy suggested by Professor Maskin, would not fix the problem. And eventually, my last point, I have some more comments, but Grzegorz wants me to finish. Eventually, globalization deserves to be taken on a short leash. That's my conclusion.
Thank you very much, Professor. So now I turn to the
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here among these distinguished scholars and experts. It's really a pleasure. I still remember the first conference organized by Tiger more than 23 years ago, I think. So a lot has been done in these 20-something years. So it's a great pleasure that I am able to be in this panel because I'm very interested in the topic. Thank you very much, Professor Maskin, for this presentation. By the way, I did almost exactly the same in my book. So I look at the Heckescher all-in model from the point of view of the current globalization, trying to explain why it does not work, right? So exactly what you did with Kremer. Few things must be added. First of all, generally, if the model is based on the fact that we've got industrial and developing countries. Developing countries mean that labor-intensive production is focused in agriculture and mining. But in the current phase of globalization, it's not true. It's interesting to notice that industry share in the GDP in Vietnam, in India, in China, in contemporary world is bigger than in France, in the US, or in the UK. So it's not the division between the industrialized and developing countries. It's not true anymore. So now we can even say that the less industry, the more developed country. Next thing, huge role is played by the FDI. So this huge rise of the industry in the developing countries is due to the inflow of the FDI, and always FDI goes together with division of the demand on the labor. If FDI is coming to the country, it means that we need to have the managers who do speak English, who are able to work in the international environment, generally well-educated people, and this is it. And it's clearly there are evidences that there is a strong relation between the return for the education and the inflow of the FDI. Next thing, what we should remember that yes, there is a rise in the income inequalities within emerging economies, but we have to again diversify the countries into the growing ones like India and China, and into the ungrowing ones like Latin America, Africa, and so on. And it's a very important thing. Because if in the same time there is an economic growth and rise in the income inequalities, it means that yes, general income inequality is growing. So my income is growing faster than yours, but your income is growing too. The real trouble is if in the same time there is a stagnation and rise in the inequalities. And this is the case of Africa, this is the case of Latin America. And of course, it has some consequences for the political and social tensions. I know that time is passing very, very fast, and we all live with the wars, with the pandemic and so on, but I'm sure that a lot of you remember something what we called Arab Spring. So let's have a look. Arab Spring took place not in the India, not in the Vietnam, not in the China. but in Egypt, but in Tunisia, but in Algeria, because this is the case of the countries what I just mentioned, right? The combination of rising the inequalities and very, very stagnant economies. And to add few things to it, we have to also realize that emerging economies have few structural features which does not help them to deal with the inequalities. First of all, high share of unofficial economy. So instruments like progressive taxation, minimum wages is not working because a lot of people do not work in the official economy. Second thing, because of the lack of nice development of the fiscal system, they have to rely on the indirect taxation. And we all know indirect taxation is regressive. So we have to rely on generating public income by in the regression way. And the last thing what we should have in mind is the lack of development of the public goods. In the high developed country, I can have quite decent living even with quite low level of income because I got access to the good quality of the healthcare, good quality of education, good quality of the culture, and so on. In the case of developing countries, unfortunately, it's not true. So I have to more and more rely on the public healthcare, public education. So income inequalities are strengthened by the unequal access to the basic goods like education, healthcare, culture, human capital development, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring talks. I believe that all of us will be digesting it for a while. I would like to turn back to Professor Maskin because you very nicely presented in a very simple case how this shared knowledge can decrease inequality and the globalization can turn into positive terms. And I wonder what is your take with the current situation we live in and what is the future for the globalization if we see so many interventional policies, industry policies with the CHIP Act and now in US and similar way in European Union. So by the way, your example with the software is kind of rhetoric, I guess, but I guess it's very down to earth with the current situation when the fight about who produce more internally is growing. So what is your take? How is it going to improve quality, meaning diminishing inequalities, or is it going to even go in a negative direction? Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'd like to respond to some of what was just said.
Absolutely.
I'm not an economic forecaster, so I think I will decline to predict what is going to happen going forward. But looking back on what we've seen over the last 30 or 40 years, I heard it suggested that globalization was not a major engine for increasing prosperity. I certainly disagree with that suggestion. I don't think we can understand what happened in China or in India without their very heavy involvement in globalization. It was suggested that we, in order to understand globalization, we have to look at macro, not micro matters. But of course, microeconomics is at the heart of everything in economics, and any macro phenomenon is at its heart, a micro phenomenon, and so understanding what is going on in the micro level is indispensable. Third, it was suggested that it's inequality between labor and capital, which is at the heart of of increasing inequality, not the inequality created across different skill levels. But in fact, the model that I showed you is is very general, and there's no reason why we can't reinterpret, say, the managerial position in the Kramer-Maskin model as the capital contribution to the production process. I deliberately left capital per se out of the model because, in fact, we don't need capital in the model to understand what's going on. But of course, in reality, capital as well as labor is an input, and we can simply reinterpret capital as the managerial input and gets the same conclusions. So all of this is to say that I disagree with some of the criticisms that were leveled against my approach.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the comment. I think we have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to turn back to our panelists for the final comment, which may be, again, food-provoking, but maybe we turn from Jacek. Okay. So, Jacek, maybe. Okay. Professor Len, yes, please, our guest.
I have many points, but I want to address only one thing, that you cannot really understand Chinese prosperity or Chinese advance without taking into account globalization. I think that is incorrect because Chinese success, so to say, must be seen in the context of its investment rate, which was 40%, 50%, something like that. That was the basis of China's advance. China's earning gigantic surpluses in foreign trade indicate that actually they lowered domestic consumption and domestic investment. So I cannot see how lowering domestic investment and lowering domestic consumption has helped to advance. Just the opposite. China's progress, not based on foreign surpluses, foreign trade surpluses, would have been much faster. That's my point about how good globalization was for China, or is for China. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I think one thing should be added. We have to all realize that globalization is not complete, because yes, it is true that there is a free flow of capital. Yes, it is true that there is a free flow of goods and services, but in the same time, the labor market is blocked. Just 5% of us live in the other country where we were born in. So that's why we've got situation like this. Different countries compete for the capital by level of wages, by the level of the regulation. So that's why we can have this kind of situation like Mexico. So American capital is there, but the labor force is from Mexico, and the products produced in Mexico go back to US. On the other hand, we can have a Middle East countries. Yes, workers from India or from Pakistan are coming to Saudi Arabia, but even if they are there, they do not participate in the domestic labor market. They are outside of the domestic labor market regulations, so they do not apply for the minimum wages, for the all labor market rules. So even if they work in the Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates, unfortunately, they've got the working conditions like in the Pakistan on India. So one of the big reasons of this what we are discussing now. So why globalization has not provided reducing the income inequalities in emerging economies. One of the big reasons is this uncompleted trio. So flow of the capital is going, yes, together with the flow of the goods and services, but labor force is still fragmented due to not only political reasons, but also the case of the language, culture, social rules, and so on. But it's the fact. So that's why we've got something what Professor Podkowian loves to mention. So the fall of wages in the GDP. Maybe one question from the audience.
Hello, Eric. My name is Peter Mihai, and I have a question for you. I like your model, and of course, there's no time to get into the details, but I just want a question. What happens in your model if workers C move to the advanced country for the high wages? On the one hand, on the other hand, as you rightly mentioned, managers A and B are moving to the developing country as expats to run the capital. So how would you interpret these developments?
So one outcome of vastly improved communication technology is that it's no longer necessary for a worker to leave a developing country for a rich country in order to have better employment opportunities. He can stay at home and he can work for an international company at home. And so sure, there is some the current globalization has seen some labor flows across countries, but the primary force behind the globalization of production has not been labor movement, but rather the possibility of matching people from different countries together in a production effort.
Thank you very much. I mean, as we can see, there is no one answer. I know that Professor Kolodko many years ago said that firstly we need to define globalization, and I think we need to turn back to definition. So I encourage us to stay tuned and discuss more globalization. For me, equity is about equity of opportunity that has not transpired so much from your talks. We talked only about the numbers, but I think it's quality of opportunities, something that drew to your comment about the education, and that's something that we need to still work on within this building, as well as us being the expert in our field. So thank you very much for joining, and let's continue our discussion about globalization in the nearest future. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Professor Maskin. Thank you to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go for a 15-minute, highly encourage you to visit the photo exhibition prepared by our host, Professor Grzegorz Kolodko. So we'll be meeting back in the auditorium for the next session at 4 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
I potem podłączać. Założę.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seats. Okay. For the upcoming 2 sessions, we will be traveling to the future. For the topic of our next discussion will be Whither the World, Political Economy of the Future. Please welcome the moderator of the discussion, Dr. Grzegorz Malinowski, Tiger Kozminski University. The introduction will be done by Professor James K. Galbraith, University of Texas, Austin. The title of the introduction will be Entropy, the Theory of Value and the Future of Humanity. I would also like to invite our discussants of this panel, Professor Ruslan Grinberg from the Russian Academy of Sciences, Editor-in-Chief of Mir Piermiem. Excuse me. And Professor Marcin Wojtysiak-Kotlarski from the Warsaw School of Economics. Now, a couple of words from our moderator. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is a great honor to be here among such distinguished guests. And at this panel entitled Whither the World, Political Economy of the Future, we're going to refer to the future, obviously. And Professor Kolodko once said that in order to have a successful, effective economic policy, you need to have a good, proper economic theory. Therefore, we're going to discuss these 2 aspects, theory and practice, in this panel during this session. And we're going to focus on theory, and afterwards we're going to focus also on practice. So I'd like to start with something that can be called a foundation of economics, that is value, or economics of the or value theory, or theory of value in economics. Now, what is the problem with a current theory of value that we are having in economics? Well, to be honest, I'm just a simple PhD, so unlike some 90% of the audience today, I can refer to someone else. So I'm going to refer to Abraham Lincoln. So Abraham Lincoln was once asked a question, how many legs a dog have, assuming that we count a tail as a leg. So the audience said, well, 5, right? And he said wrong, because the proper answer is 4 legs. Why? Because just by assuming that the tail is a leg, it doesn't make tail a leg, obviously. So to some extent, a similar problem we are facing in this economics of value, or theory of value, and we are going to discuss that during our panel. And what is the problem of the theory? What are the consequences, and how to implement some of or what are some practical aspects of this? We're going to discuss later on with our distinguished disputants. So actually, what I would like to do right now is to introduce Professor James Galbraith, whose ideas are as big as Texas itself. And yes, so give him a warm welcome. And James, you have 30 minutes right now.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to join you, and I only regret that I could not do so in person. I would ask you to forgive my somewhat portentous title. With Professor Fukuyama present, one is naturally tempted to reach for the big theme. And with Professor Phelps also present, this conference is graced with the most distinguished exponents of the worldview that I plan to demolish in a friendly way in the next few minutes. In doing so, I align myself with the pragmatic perspective, the new pragmatism of Professor Kolodko, whose philosophical orientation recognizes that there is no end to history and no equilibrium state, that the task of the economist in the real world is to define, analyze, and address an unending series of evolving problems thrown in our path by economic, social, political, and ecological change. The central and distinctive tenet of mainstream economics and its subsidiary disciplines is the notion of equilibrium. The idea that whatever the current unsettled condition of a market, an economy, or a society, there exists some configuration, a fixed point. We used to call it when I was in graduate school at Yale in Herbert Scarf's classes many years ago, with the property of long-term persistence. This notion underpins the elementary concepts of supply and demand and the Phelps-Friedman construct of a natural rate of unemployment, as well as such latter-day fashions as computable general equilibrium and the DSGE, dynamic stochastic general equilibrium model. More dangerously, you may recall how 35 years ago, the economies of Central Europe and a bit later the former Soviet Union were labeled transition economies, which gave the clear implication that the teleological end state was already known. In 1989, in the journal Economist, the journal of Michael Kolodko, in an issue where I shared space with Professor Kolodko long before meeting him in person, I published an article entitled The False Metaphor of Transformation, which warned that, and I'll quote myself here, the Eastern Europeans may go to sleep on the train to Stockholm and wake up as the boat docks in Buenos Aires. So far as I'm aware, no one at the time noticed or paid any attention to those words. The grip of equilibrium reasoning is strong. Its roots go back thousands of years to concepts of celestial harmony in classical Chinese philosophy, which were taken up by the physiocrats in France, the utilitarians in Britain, and refined in the late 19th and 20th centuries as the consequence of choices made by rational agents in perfect markets, so that equilibrium prices reflect psychological valuations, a separate theory of value being rendered unnecessary. Of course, a market may be imperfect, information may be asymmetric, individuals may be irrational. The equilibrium, nevertheless, is supposed to exist in principle, if not in practice. In real life, in modern science, there is no such thing. Evolutionary principles and the second law of thermodynamics preclude and exclude equilibrium. The question can only be how to bring economics out of its pre-scientific stagnation and into line with the life principles governing physics, biology, and every real existing mechanical or social system. This is the task modestly undertaken in my forthcoming book, co-authored with a mathematician, Jing Chen, and entitled Entropy Economics, the Living Basis of Value and Production. In brief and intuitively, all biological, mechanical, and social systems must tap into the entropy flow. They draw resources from the environment, and they must do so with a usable surplus. This requires fixed investment according to plans. The plans are encoded in genes, in blueprints, in software, in habits, regulations, and laws. A plan is viable if the value of output is sufficient to cover the variable costs plus a contribution to the fixed costs over time. Profit maximization, that iconic objective of mainstream economics, has nothing in common with this. Those that meet the condition for viability survive, whether they are maximizing or not, and those that fail to meet it will fade away, whether they are maximizing or not. Value, in turn, is governed by two factors, economic value. One of them is scarcity in relation to market size. Things which are more scarce are more valuable. And the other is market power, which you can proxy or indeed measure by the number of suppliers of a specific good or service. In our representation, we model this, we represent it with a simple logarithm function, whose argument is a probability measure representing scarcity, and whose base is the number of firms that are producing a particular good or service. This notion that the base can represent this was an innovation introduced by my co-author, which I think has really a great deal of explanatory power. Where one generalizes to multiple products or processes, the formula exactly replicates Shannon's measure of information as entropy. Thus, low entropy and high economic value are exactly parallel. Mathematically, they are the same thing. Since it's also the case that entropy clearly underpins a utility notion of value, since we instinctively prize the young, the fresh, the new, and the efficient. This is a simple, practical, mathematical theory with many straightforward applications. It can cover such issues as trade policy, the introduction of free trade between two economies with different resource intensities, regulation, the role that firms often play in using regulatory mechanisms to reduce the amount of competition that they face, force the weaker players out of the market and raise their own economic value, antitrust policy, stock market valuations can be modeled this way, and many similar topics which we illustrate briefly in the book, and I won't go into them in detail here. Do these ideas tell us something about the future of humanity? I regret to say that I think that they do. I'll address this question in another recent paper, which was published a month or so ago by the Economic Democracy Initiative of the Open Society University Network. It's entitled, "Will Austerity and Precarity Finish Off the Human Species?" A household unit is an economic unit. It operates like every other economic unit on biophysical principles. It has fixed costs to cover. It must access resources abundant enough at low enough variable cost to ensure viability over time. The household unit is, well, it's the ultimate micro foundation of an economic society. In simple societies, as Professor Kolodko has witnessed many times on his travels and he's described in his writings, the fixed costs of the household are low. They consist of food, rudimentary housing, basic clothing, a few other things, not very much. Children add little to these elementary burdens and indeed can contribute to meeting costs from a relatively early age. Adam Smith was well aware of this, writing that in 18th century North America, a child was worth about 100 pounds net gain, a very large sum at the time, to the family. And that, he said, a young widow with 4 or 5 children whose prospects in Europe would be terribly bleak, would be courted in America as a sort of instant fortune. In complex societies, the kind that we all live in now, almost all of us, the fixed costs of the household are actually very high. They include houses, cars, utilities, taxes, healthcare, education. The list just goes on. Children have to be raised, educated, entertained, and tolerated to the extent possible for almost 2 decades. During this time, they bring no economic return. Very, very rarely do they bring any economic return to the household. And afterwards, they move away, making, generally speaking, no further specific contribution to the economic welfare of their parents. And while there's often a psychological contribution that can be either positive or negative, depending on cases. Complex societies, therefore, enjoy, or I should say, did enjoy, population booms only when resources are, or I should say, were cheap, as they were in the early post-war America, and a bit later in Europe. That era ended in the 1970s, when costs rose, energy, food, taxes, interest rates, one can go on, tuition, while incomes stagnate, thanks partly to deindustrialization and the migration of productivity gains to other parts of the world, then households face a viability crisis, just like any business firm. To meet it, they redouble their efforts and reduce their costs. Now, what is the great economy that's open to them? The answer to that is obviously to have fewer children. Now, this, I think, explains in a fairly simple way, and it's very hard, I think, to argue with it, why fertility declined with the onset of neoliberal austerity policies in the 1970s. Then the decline deepened after the 2008 crisis, which did a great deal of damage to the established wealth of households in North America and Europe, certainly. It affects all wealthy societies whose fertility is systematically lower than in poorer countries, even though in most, if not all, poorer societies also, and there's been a decline for similar reasons, just from much higher levels. Consistent with evolutionary principle, there is no equilibrium. There's no equilibrium state. Each phase leads to the next. To cut costs and raise incomes, households work more, and they procreate less. We observe a transitory rise in what we measure as GDP, money value of incomes and output, as secondary earners flood into the workplace. That happened heavily in the United States in the 1980s into the 1990s. With fewer children and a strong commitment to general welfare, the population ages. Investment shifts from support for children and child rearing to the needs of the elderly, clinics, hospitals, nursing homes, hospices. It's all very natural, and there's nothing to be said against this. It's just the way in which a society changes its priorities to meet the needs that it's facing. The relative burden on the young grows, while the birth cohort relative to the population shrinks. With a smaller birth cohort, the population becomes ever harder to replace. Immigration can help, but only as long as the conditions are relatively attractive. That is to say, only as long as living standards and the receptivity for immigrants is worth it, makes it worthwhile to leave their countries of origin to come to wealthier societies. This is largely true at the present, but it will not be true indefinitely. And even while it is true, immigration is resisted by incumbents because they don't like the social dislocation that it inevitably brings. We're seeing this played out rather dramatically at the moment on the southern border of my home state here in Texas. Where does this end? So far as I'm aware, no society whose individual fertility rate has fallen below the replacement value, which is about 2.1, has ever recovered. So far as I'm aware, only the Russian Federation among wealthy societies has seen even a partial recovery thanks to very assiduous pro-natalist policies. But Russia suffers from the small birth cohort it inherited from the chaos of the 1990s. China is an extreme case, having implemented a one-child policy, which has greatly reduced the birth cohort available to it at the present time, and it's already suffering a fairly rapid rate of population decline. At the present time, in fact, amongst the large countries of the world, only two that I'm aware of, Pakistan and Nigeria, have fertility rates that are significantly above replacement. And apart from that, only some relatively small sectarian communities enjoy that status, and they are probably too small to be likely to inherit the earth. Over time, therefore, and thanks largely to the way in which rising resource costs affect the fixed cost structures of any modern society, the human species, I think we can reasonably infer, though it's maybe a rather dramatic inference, has placed itself on a glide path toward extinction. This argument does not rely in any way on the four horsemen of the apocalypse, famine, pestilence, war, and death, the Czechs that were known to, familiar with Malthus, and that underpin neo-Malthusian arguments. I'm not really referring to those at all, nor will I place direct blame on the equilibrium doctrines of which Professor Phelps and Fukuyama are such distinguished representatives. I will say that those doctrines have worked over time to obscure the real conditions that we face, to blind us, as it were, to evolutionary and biophysical dangers, while the neoliberal policies of austerity and precarity have worked to accelerate the processes that I described. So absent radical change, including reductions in the, let's say, the overburdens, the military and financial predatory structures that have come to be such a heavy part of the fixed cost of ordinary life in so-called advanced societies, this combination of circumstance and incomprehension seems quite enough to do us in. I will close here just by noting that I'm far from being the first or the only figure to warn something along these lines, and I will give you references to three canonical texts. The first one is Kipling, far called, our navies melt away. On dune and headland sinks the fire, lo, all our pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh and Tyre. The second one is Archibald MacLeish. His poem is called The End of the World, and I'm extremely fond of it. This is the last stanza. And there, overhead, there, hung over those thousands of white faces, those dazed eyes, there in the starless dark, the poise, the hover, there with vast wings across the canceled skies, there in the sudden blackness, the black pall of nothing at all. And finally, one that I'm sure everybody's familiar with, from the Hollow Men, T.S. Eliot. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Thank you very much. And I should say, have a nice day. And I look forward to the discussion to follow.
Thank you very much, Professor. Dr. Malinowski, you can begin the discussion. You have until 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much for this introduction. Well, it's not a very good prospect to discuss the future right now, but Professor Galbraith is one of the many economists who is inspired by physics. However, at the same time, he's one of the few economists who is more, I would say, inspired by its essence and not by its sophisticated math. And what I really enjoy in his writings is this bridging or making links between objective science and subjective economics. But now I would like to listen to your opinion, Professor Greenberg, about this theoretical part of what Professor Galbraith said. So, Professor, the floor is yours. I'm wondering if the mic is working properly.
Hello? You listening to me? Yeah. So I would like to say a little bit about Professor Kolodko before we are discussing the words for Professor Galbraith. I know this man from 15, 20 years, and I'm very proud to know him because he is a very rare combination of theoretical and practice. I think it's very difficult to find another example here in our modern time. So his ability to be practical and don't ignore the theory is a fantastic case in comparison to Russia. I have forgotten to say at the beginning of my speech that I'm from Russia. And I must say that it's very difficult situation for Russia. And I have to say that it's a great shame for the country. And Mr. Kolodko, Professor Kolodko, is very deeply running in the Soviet, in the Russian space, and he's very active here. And for me, it's a great catastrophe when I try to discuss the situation in Russia and in Poland during the transit of both countries to the market economy. And it's a great difference between two countries. It was, from my point of view, the big success for Poland and shame on Russia. I mean, the theory of this transit and especially practical consequences. So I say banality. I'm sure that I say banality, but of Mr. As far as I remember, Nietzsche said that there is banality, but the more and more we pay for ignoring banalities. And if we want to сравнить, как будет по-английски, сравнивать. Compare two countries and two situations in the transit. It was for me. I remember always that it was the time of Balcerovich and time of Kolodko. And from my point of view, time of Kolodko saved democracy and market economy. In comparison to Russia, we used to live, we used to live, we used to be proud about free market, and it was the utopia. The second utopia, the first utopia was centralized planning, and the second utopia was free market. And we fell in love in free market, as like we fell in love with centralized economy. So that's why I want to say that Mr. Kolodko is absolutely unique combination of successful practice, successful understanding of economic theory. As for Professor Galbraith, so I would say that we have made together the great deal. I think we have organized the Society of American and Russian Economists, which were against ultra-liberal approach, very years of fashion in these times of transit. And we have created the book about it, and it was very useful thing. What should I say about these words of Professor Kolodko, of Professor Galbraith? I think it's it's a thing which is much can say about the Kolodko combination, and they have much to do with Kolodko and Galbraith. And I'm very proud that I know them. So I will end now, and maybe I will
interrupt.
Have opportunity to say some words after.
Yeah, I think so. We will still have some time. So thank you for that comment. I would like to go back to this objectivity and subjectivity in economics. So we have our second guest, our second disputant, Professor Marcin Wojtysiak-Kodlarski. I'd like to ask you a question about regulation in case of objectivity and subjectivity, because when it comes to regulation in economic policy, what crosses my mind instantly is a game of chess, because actually in the game of chess we have some objective criteria. We know the moves, we know the rules, and at each time, at each period of the game, we have tools that gives us this opportunity to estimate whether a certain move was good or bad. Well, we don't have such a tool in economics. And how can we deal with this? As far as I'm concerned, you are familiar with companies. You're doing research in companies. So how can we regulate economy if we do not have any objective criteria, or maybe we have?
Thank you very much. It's an honor and privilege to be here. I would like to make just some small remarks during our seminar. First of all, I would like to tell a couple of words about Professor Kolodko, because for some years now he's been my mentor, and what is so important to me is that Professor Kolodko always emphasizes the importance of truth, the notion of truth in the economics as a science. And I think that it is important because sometimes we are social science and sometimes we have to be bold. So there must be some courage in terms of what we say, what questions we try to discuss. And so Professor is always like telling it that this is very important, the truth in economics. The second thing is, which is kind of also important to me, is that, and it's kind of linked to this being bold thing, is that Professor Kolodko tries to be heterodox. So he is discussing the mainstream economics and trying to have some other answers to the questions. I think it's very important because that's how we can see some progress in economics as a science. And what else, what can be inspiring, I think, to us as scholars is that Professor travels the world. So in one of his books, he writes that he is like observing the world. So it's important to understand the world, and only then you can probably formulate some adequate policies or develop theories in a better way. And one more thing, which is kind of linked to your question, is I remember from one of our discussions with Professor Kolodko, he was trying to tell that economics is a little bit about like a game of different constituents, different stakeholders in the economy. So you are seeing different interests, and there you must understand it, because only then you can have some proper solutions, right? So that's a little bit about my links to my mentor, Professor Kolodko. Then, as far as the introduction of Professor Galbraith and well, my domains. So I've been in the academia for 30 years now, starting as a student and then all the career. And my main focus of interest was theory of the firm. So as you probably know, theory of the firm is kind of on the intersection. It's somehow between economics and business, and it's mostly microeconomics, but also you need to deal with some broader like ideas or phenomena like globalization, for example. And yes, in the theory of the firm, you are seeing that it's, well, we probably have a lot of easy questions which are very difficult to answer in economics. Like, for instance, what is the goal of the firm, right? So it might be very trivial. Some of us will think, okay, so in the textbooks of microeconomics, we can read that the goal of the firm is to maximize profit, but of course it's not true, or at least in so many cases it's not true, right? Because we are seeing like nexus of different goals and corporations are pursuing different goals. So basically, starting as a student, and I remember like first lectures at SGH Warsaw School of Economics, and then as I was like progressing, trying to understand theory, I was like also more on the heterodox side, right? Because the mainstream is, I believe, trying to have like some simple answers to phenomena which are probably oftentimes very complex. So that's a challenge of economics, I think. And yes, and one of the examples, like here, I want to make some comment regarding Professor Galbraith introduction. You were talking a little bit about equilibrium as one of the main concepts of economics as a science, and of course, and some of other speakers also were touched on this. And I remember when I was studying theory of the firm, we could see that there must be an entrepreneur introduced to the economics as a science, right? Because entrepreneurs are like taking the economy out of the equilibrium. So so in other words, equilibrium is not always, it is not a natural state for the economy, because business makes the world volatile to some extent, right? So that's one of the examples of economic ideas which are, well, maybe not controversial, but at least we need to discuss them. And now moving to the future, like a little bit of a final comments now. So of course, Professor Kolodko is proposing his new, well, it's maybe not very new because it was proposed more than 10 years ago now, the theory of new pragmatism. And it's very inspiring, because what we can learn from this theory is that professor calls for growth which would be balanced, and it will be balanced not only economically, but also socially and ecologically. So it's a new opinion, a new suggestion for the world, for us, academia, for the global audience, let's put it this way. And of course, there is some other ideas of this kind, like the new structural economics, which was mentioned by the former chairman of World Bank, who is with us. And of course, we will see how it all unfolds in the future. It's a little bit uncertain, because in economics, like in other social sciences, so, but of course, I have my fingers crossed for new pragmatism, because it seems to me that this theory aims to address the great challenges of the world which we are facing. So they are somehow summarized in Sustainable Development Goals and the agenda of United Nations. So undoubtedly, there is some hope that economic theory like this could help solve those challenges, grand challenges, if you like. And one comment in that, the final comment here, referring closer to your question. So I deal with companies. As a scholar, I do research now, which is focused on Polish companies. We want to help Polish companies go global. In the past, we were like trying to attract foreign capital, and thereby we hope, and there's been a lot of progress made by Poland, but now we believe that there is like a new phase of the development of our country. So let's help Polish businesses go global. And here, the matter of regulation. So it's really so important. And I think that there is no easy answers to questions like what regulation is like proper. So it's rather a case-by-case like approach. But here, when we talk about business, we are inspired by the triple helix approach. Triple helix is a model where you try to develop like proper links between business, academia, and government. So government is, of course, providing some institutions, regulations, and it's one of the examples how regulation may play role in the context of, economy as a real world, I mean, but it's also a lot of debates in the academia on this. Thank you.
If I could respond just briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just on two of the critical points that were raised by the discussants. The first one dealing with the construct of equilibrium. My point is not that equilibrium is sometimes deviate from it. My point is that it doesn't exist at all, and that the concept is inconsistent with the most basic law of modern science, which is the second law of thermodynamics. And if economics cannot bring itself into conformity with the laws that govern everything else, then economics is not a science at all. And the concept of equilibrium belongs back in the 18th century not in the modern world. So that's the first point. Second point has to do with regulation, which I would consider is not an add-on or something that you do to alter or affect the market. Regulation is a central underlying principle of any advanced market-based economy. Markets simply don't exist without it. To operate a market without regulation is like operating a nuclear reactor without a cooling system, or at our age, like not taking your blood pressure medicine. You ultimately you'll court in a fairly short period of time disaster. And we've seen this in particular in the financial system, where deregulation preceded a massive, effectively criminalization of the system and a total breakdown at the great financial crisis 15 years ago. But there are many, many such examples. All modern economic systems are built on a combination, on basically the principle of a regulated market or interaction of market and government. You can't have one without it. You're reduced to essentially a state of nature or anarchy, which is not really, in practical terms, existed at any time in modern history. So those are two very critical points in which I would just emphasize the foundational arguments in my underlying my remarks today and the book that's coming out.
Thank you, Professor, for these comments. And actually, I would like you to stay unmuted, because I would like also ask you one more question. We discussed here some global challenges, and you are discussing in your papers the topic of demography and this word extinction we've heard today. And now, when we are speaking nowadays about demographic challenges, most of the time we're speaking about overpopulation. And in your writings, we can read about the declining of population. Now, if we carefully, I think, when we carefully analyze these two words, that is overpopulation and population decline, I believe that they are not contradictory. But I would like to ask, how do you imagine policies, maybe on the global level, that mitigate risks related with both of them?
Well, I don't deal with overpopulation, which strikes me as a basically Malthusian or neo-Malthusian construct. The idea is that the world's population is intrinsically running up against limits to resources or to the environmental carrying capacity. And that's not the issue. If we have limits to resources and carrying capacity, those limits are because of the activities of a very small fraction of the world's population. The great mass of poor people in the world contribute relatively little to it. So overpopulation as such is not the question. What I am concerned about, and what I'm calling your attention to, is something which is, I think, increasingly recognized. I've seen increasing references to it in at least some demographic literature, although by and large it's still not very heavily developed. And that's the simple fact that in wealthy societies, households have to be economically viable in the same way businesses do, the same way governments do, for that matter. And if you raise their costs while imposing still very heavy fixed costs on them, they will economize. That's what they have. That's what they'll do. That's what they'll choose to do. You can talk to your students and ask them how they plan to do this, and the answer, by and large, is that reduce one major investment, one major source of future cost that they can reduce, which is the number of children they'll have. And when you multiply that over a large society, you end up with what the situation that every wealthy country is in, of not having a replacement rate fertility, which means ultimately, when the population ages, the populations will decline. Already happening in China. It's already happening, I think, in some countries of Western Europe. It's not happening in the United States yet because we have a substantial flow of immigrants, but it will eventually. And then you have to ask, is there an end state to that? And there may be. It's just that at this stage, I don't think anybody knows what it is. And it is equally plausible to argue that there isn't one. that this process will simply get deeper and more aggravated as time goes on. I'm not talking about a century, but a span of say several centuries. We'll see a very, very large reduction in the human population. And when that happens, well, who knows what the end state will be? Will it be a new, sustainable level? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to be around. But that's the situation, it seems to me, that's the direction that the current situation is currently taking us in.
Thank you very much. We still have some time, so I suggest that I can give a floor to the audience. So maybe if some of you have a question, then please raise your hand, and I'm going to deliver the mic. Anyone?
I hope I haven't terrified you too much.
Not yet.
Thank you very much. This is really a very exciting framework and perspective to discuss. I have only just one question to this triple helix, because this is to include some different stakeholders to the discussion. What about the missing part for civil society? Shouldn't be a quadruple helix? Should civil society say something about how we develop, what we should do, about the values and the equilibrium things? I think it's worth to consider.
Okay, so a strictly biotechnological question.
Thank you very much for this question. So, of course, you are right. So the triple helix model has been developed further, and we are seeing some other components being added to the model. So it's really happening, and within the research project that we are doing now, we take it into consideration. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. And just to wrap up, I think this was stressed by Professor Galbraith that equilibrium doesn't exist. I think that we have something to think about as scholars, and actually to add something on the top of that, I'd like to say that sometimes I have an impression that economists like things that are stable. Equilibrium, to some extent, is a stable state, while they dislike things that move. And in terms of equilibrium, there is always a possibility to go back. While in the real world, and we've to some extent mentioned this disparity between reality and economic theory, this is sometimes a problem to go back, because this is not happening in the real world. Thank you very much for your presence, and enjoy the second, the last, I believe, panel. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Well, they say that all good things come to an end. However, not yet. For our final session of the day, we will be addressing the topic of Tertium datum, the future of politics. Please welcome the moderator of the discussion, Professor Robert Rządza, Vice Rector of Kozminski University. The introduction will be done online by Professor Francis Fukuyama from Stanford University, and his introduction is titled After Liberalism, How Left and Right Have Evolved in the 21st Century. I would also like to invite the discussants of this panel, Dr. Tommaso Ostilio from Kozminski University and Professor Łukasz Hart from the University of Warsaw, Vice President of Polish Economic Society. Please, welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I would like you to simply, I will speak very shortly, simply to think about that. After this day, I'm a little bit, okay, I think that we need some optimism. It's what we heard today. It's rather gloom and not very nice future. So this is why this title, Tertium datum, is really interesting, and I think that we need it, because if we are talking about the future, we are, by the way, we are in 21st century. When I was in the school, it was around 40 years to 21st century. Now we are more than 20 years in 21st century. And what we approach is the world with the complicated nests of world politics and economics, with some scenarios which were really difficult to imagine even a few years ago. Think about what happened with the social media. Think about what happened after 2008, after the crisis. Think about the 90s, when we, in Poland at least, we were happy that we are now free and on the really nice way to market economy and democracy. Some years passed, and now we would like to think about third possibilities. This is why it's called Tertium datum. It's not that we have only liberalism or the other, or we have the capitalism and nothing else. Probably we should think about and we should seek about different ways of thinking about the economy and politics, and also about the civil state. By the way, about equilibrium, we in this school in Kozminski University, we work in the bicycle equilibrium for 30 years. So there is some kind of equilibrium, but it's a state in which you should simply speed all the time to keep going and to be alive. I would like really to, I'm honored to have a chance to listen to Francis Fukuyama with his noble voice about the after liberalism. So, Professor Fukuyama, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. I hope you can hear me. I'd like to apologize for not being able to come in person to Warsaw, but I appreciate the invitation from my friend Greg Kolodko to join you for this important conference today. I'm not sure that I can give you an optimistic vision of a post-liberal future, because I actually think that liberalism, for better or worse, is going to have to remain the fundamental framework for societies in the future. And I think that the virtues of liberalism have actually been forgotten as a result of generational change, where people have not experienced the alternatives to liberalism and forget why this doctrine has been around for the last 300 years. I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine was one reminder of what, at least one of those alternatives is. But let me proceed into this discussion. Since you say that you've been depressed by your discussion so far, I assume that you've been talking about recent anti-democratic political trends around the world, and that is certainly the case. Since approximately 2008, we have been under a so-called democratic recession. The organization Freedom House, which keeps track of global democracy, has noted that there's been a decline in aggregate democracy scores around the world for 17 years in a row. And that the number of democracies, after growing very substantially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, started to retreat around that time. And the quality of democracy has also deteriorated in some very important countries like India and the United States. You have not just the consolidation of authoritarian countries like Russia and China, but the rise of populist nationalism in many places, in India, Turkey, Hungary, and the United States. And I think one thing to note is that there's been a tension in this phenomenon between liberalism and democracy. Normally, in a liberal democracy, you have two components, the liberal component, which consists of a rule of law, constitutional checks and balances that prevent concentration of power in the executive. And you have democracy, which consists of elections and mechanisms to hold that executive accountable to the people. And I think that with the rise of populist nationalism, it's liberalism, the liberal part of liberal democracy, that's threatened in the first place. You get a populist leader who uses his or her charismatic authority to attack the liberal constraints on political power. As you're well aware, this is what Viktor Orban said quite a few years ago, that he was trying to construct an illiberal democracy. I think that you saw this behavior with Donald Trump when he was elected. The first thing he did was to attack the judiciary. Now he's attacking the FBI, the Justice Department, the judicial system, and the electoral system. And this is really one of the grave problems with this kind of populism. It argues that there's an anti-populist conspiracy on the part of elites to take away their rights, and that the whole system is therefore corrupt, subject to hidden forces, and needs to be destroyed as a whole. So this is really what's been going on both domestically and internationally, the deterioration of liberal checks on power in many countries, including, as I said, big important ones like India and the United States, but also attacks on the liberal international order that those liberal democracies created after 1945. But there's also an evolution in the realm of ideas where the doctrine of liberalism has been rejected on both the left and the right. And that's what I want to explore in a little bit greater detail. Because I think that these critiques in the end do not point us in a better direction. They actually point us in a very old direction towards a kind of politics that I think we were quite familiar with from the 19th and early 20th centuries. So let's begin with a critique from the left. There is, of course, an economic critique that liberalism by itself promises equal treatment of individuals, but no actual liberal society has actually delivered on that kind of equality. And many of the more radical critiques would argue that the liberal framework in itself is a clever means for disguising the domination of societies by various forms of elites. And of course, there's a particular attack on so-called neoliberalism, that is to say, the emphasis on free markets, the critique of state intervention in markets that really began in the late 70s and continued through the 1980s and 1990s. Now, this economic critique, I think, is actually the weakest of the attacks from the left, because really the core of the attack has to do with the growing inequality. And there's no question that both internationally and within individual societies, there has been a big rise in inequality. But that's something that actually can be reversed through policy. And already you're seeing a lot of neoliberal ideas being criticized and countries moving in the opposite direction. I think one of the clearest examples of this is the industrial policy that the Biden administration in the US has engaged in. The Biden administration has kept a number of Donald Trump's tariffs. It's given big support to green energy, to semiconductors, a number of so-called strategic goods. and this is a kind of state intervention that was very unpopular in the 80s and 90s, but now it's come back in a big way. Whether it's a good thing, I will leave to the economists in the room to decide, but clearly you can fix a lot of the economic inequalities simply through better social protections and social policies. The more difficult critique from the left really has to do with social justice and a shift in the understanding of the nature of inequality. In the 20th century, the fundamental inequality was understood to be in terms of large social classes, you know, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the working class versus the managerial class, and so forth. And those classes were really quite large. In every European country, you had socialist and communist parties that purported to speak on behalf of workers who were a majority of the country. This came under a series of intellectual attacks. You could begin with a postmodernist like Michel Foucault, who basically argued against what he called, you know, master theories or universal theories that purported to explain the world and put it into a framework. And among those theories that he attacked was liberalism in itself, which is premised on a belief in universalism. That is to say, liberals believe that all human beings, qua human beings, are entitled to a certain degree of dignity, and that dignity needs to be protected by institutions like a rule of law, like constitutions, and so forth. Foucault wasn't necessarily opposed to those outcomes, but he attacked the idea that there's a universal structure that's good, you know, across time and space. After him, you had a lot of postmodernist critiques that, in a way, rejected the relativist implications of Foucault's thought and argued that actually the existing liberal structures were meant to privilege certain particular groups. And you had a broad shift away from equality understood as a class-based phenomenon to one that was based on much smaller identity groups having to do with race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and the like. And I think that this is, in a way, something that was pioneered in the United States because the US is such a diverse society with a history of racial injustice, but it's something that's really gravitated to many other liberal democracies, and it's led to the rise of, you know, modern identity politics, which is a left-wing doctrine that's very different from the kind of Marxist progressivism of the 20th century. You can see the impact, for example, in the left-wing protests that have emerged after the Hamas attack on October 7th, that all across the West you have young people protesting on behalf of the Palestinians. They would never protest on behalf of the white working class in their own societies, but they do care about non-white people in other countries. And this, I think, has led to both the fragmentation of the left, but also you know, a much more fundamental attack on the liberal assumption that all human beings are fundamentally of equal worth, that certain groups have been marginalized and oppressed and therefore deserve different treatment from the mainstream of the society. Now, in terms of identity politics, I think that there can be a liberal form of it and an illiberal form. The liberal form would simply say that certain groups are marginalized systematically because of a shared characteristic, an ascriptive characteristic like race or gender that they can't do anything about, and that they need to be integrated into the broader society. So that was really the basis of the civil rights movement in the United States under Martin Luther King. King argued that Black people were discriminated against and they should be treated equally as white people. And that is, in my view, a liberal form of identity politics. You want people to mobilize on the basis of shared characteristics, shared oppression, and that is what they did. But there's a new form of identity politics that is illiberal because it argues that these identity categories are actually essential, that the most important thing that one can know about a person is their race, identity, gender, ethnicity, that sort of thing, and that those characteristics should be the basis for distributing resources, for hiring and promotion, and that they are more important than the individual characteristics. The liberal assumption is that society is a collection of individuals, but the identity, the illiberal identity understanding is that society is actually a collection of groups that need to press for their rights in terms of their group identities. Now, this is something in your neighborhood, especially when you get to Southeastern Europe, I think you're quite familiar with, because ethnic identity has been a deep problem in many parts of the Balkans, certainly in the Middle East, countries like Libya, Syria, Lebanon, in a sense, have fallen apart because of this form of identity politics. And this is the point where actually left-wing identity politics begins to merge with old-fashioned right-wing nationalism, because both of these groups, critique the liberal assumption of the universality of dignity and say certain groups have privileges and other groups don't, and that's the basis on which we contest politics. And I think that the dangers of this to democracy are very obvious because countries that organize themselves around fixed identity groups don't do very well as democracies. You end up having a zero-sum struggle between these different groups for resources, for jobs, for political positions, and you, in the end, don't have a coherent national identity that allows citizens to identify with a larger set of public interests and public goods. All right, so that, I think, is the critique from the left. The critique from the right is also based on several different issues. And if we broaden the scope beyond Europe, you can see that there are different forms of right-wing complaints about a liberal order. The first one is simply that because liberalism limits power, it's simply ineffective. If you go to Latin America, you have any number of countries that have basically been overwhelmed by narco-trafficking groups. This is true in Mexico, it's true in El Salvador, it's true in Ecuador. In many of those places, the basic function of the state in providing a monopoly of force has broken down, and the society is really controlled by criminal gangs. And this has led to the rise of people like Nayib Bukele in El Salvador. He's an elected president, and he basically has put something like 10 or 15% of the young men in his country in prison for being gang members with no due process. They've not been formally charged with crimes, but they're still sitting in prison. And his basic argument is that this is the only way to deal with the situation, is to basically use these extrajudicial means. And in fact, the crime rate in El Salvador has fallen by something like 80 or 90%. The situation previously was intolerable, and now people can actually go on picnics on the weekend with their families without having to worry about being assaulted or extorted by a criminal gang. And as a result, Bukele is extremely popular, and his model is taking off in other countries in that region that are similarly beset by this kind of organized criminal disorder. All right, so that's something, that's not a phenomenon that's going on in Europe, particularly. There are parts of Europe where that happens, but that's not the problem in your part of the world. The critique of liberalism that is more prominent in Eastern Europe really has to do with a well, not just Eastern Europe. I think you see this in the United States, in Western Europe as well. Really has to do with the fact that in liberal societies, the fundamental virtue and requirement is toleration. Toleration of people that don't look like you, disagree with you, and the like. Now, in my view, this is actually one of the great virtues of liberalism, because we do live in diverse societies where people have different ideas and look differently and so forth. And liberalism was created as a means of bridging those kinds of differences and allowing people to live peacefully with one another. But for many people, that's not enough. They want a stronger sense of community based on shared values. So obviously, religion, which was one of the organizing principles of pre-liberal societies, has made a comeback. In India, you had a preeminently liberal society that was created by Nehru and Gandhi in the late 1940s, and that is now being dismantled by Prime Minister Modi and the BJP that wants to change India's national identity to one that is based on Hinduism, which of course is extremely problematic because you have a couple million Muslims living in India, you have Parsis, you have Christians, many other people that are not Hindu, and that sets up, the possibility of violence. But for many Hindu nationalists, the fact that they can't express their communal identity is a source of deep grievance. The other thing that I think is driving right-wing identity politics is actually their dislike of left-wing identity politics. And a powerful argument has been made that liberalism inevitably leads to what one might call woke liberalism. Woke in this, this American term, referring to the emphasis on identity politics, on race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and now transgenderism as the leading edge of liberal societies and their quest for equal treatment of individuals. Over the years, there has been an ever-expanding sphere of autonomy that is protected by liberal societies. When liberalism got its start, autonomy was really defined in terms of the moral ability to accept, a religious belief. The autonomy was limited to a metaphysical structure within which moral choices were to be made, overwhelmingly Christian, but basically set by existing cultural institutions. But as time went on, the scope of autonomy began to increase, and any kind of restraint on individual will was increasingly resented by people who felt that they should have a broader sense of freedom. And it's quite remarkable today. You have for example, in many countries, you have a transgender movement that argues that even something as basic as gender is not given naturally. It's really subject to human will, and that your gender is whatever you want it to be, which is a degree of autonomy that is really would not have been accepted in any previous moment. But medical technology permits people to make that kind of argument, and so technological advance has very much affected the kind of freedoms that people expect. And I think that this is a wedge that has then been used by authoritarians and conservatives in their fight against liberalism. You see this very much with Vladimir Putin and Viktor Orban. What they say is that what the West represents is not freedom of speech or freedom of political organization. It's really transgenderism. It's support for gay marriage. It's support for these narrower cultural issues that they target, and with conservative populations. This is true in Europe, but it's also the case through many parts of the developing world, of the global South. This is something that rubs people the wrong way because they tend to be much more socially conservative than people in North America, Western Europe, and the like. So I think that that's one of the weapons that's now being used in a struggle, in a global struggle against liberalism. In terms of what needs to be done, I warned you that I'm not going to come up with a new form of social or political doctrine that is going to give us hope that we'll replace liberalism with something else. I think that we actually need to remind ourselves about the virtues, the fundamental reasons that liberalism was established as a doctrine. That has to do with its ability to deal with diversity. That's what I mentioned already. Religious diversity, national diversity are much better handled in a liberal context where everybody agrees to tolerate people that are different from themselves as long as they accept that overall liberal framework. The second really virtue has to do with the moral case that people are free and want freedom, and liberal societies protect that freedom. Whether that freedom extends as far as progressive people think, that's a different question. But fundamental freedoms of where to live, what to think, how to speak, who to marry, these are all freedoms that people really cherish. And then finally, you have the prosperity that's brought about by liberal economics, because you can't have a modern society without property rights, without the freedom to contract, without a structure of law that protects those rights. I think that really a lot of what's happened is a question of, well, it's several things. I mean, you have generational turnovers. So many people in your country, in Poland, vast majority of people now were born after communism and really don't have any memory of what it's like to live in an authoritarian society. That's true in many other parts of Europe. But the other issue was referred to earlier, which has to do with technology, where the ability of elites to control narratives and to even control things like factual truth have been eroded. With the rise of the internet, anyone can say anything they want about any subject, and it can be weaponized by people that are not interested in the promotion of either liberal values or democratic values, and they have used that ability very effectively. And so I think we need to figure out how to protect ourselves. I think that the underlying doctrines have proved their worth because, there is a narrative that talks about the virtues of freedom and the uses to which freedom has been put historically that should be very inspiring. But it's one that's not immediately evident to a lot of people, especially to younger people that don't have the experience of some of the bad alternatives. And therefore, it's something we need to remind ourselves about. So with that, let me stop, and I look forward to the comments and the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that we've got a really wonderful diagnosis about the situation. And now I would like to ask for comments, especially what we can do, having this in mind, this diagnosis, and how we can spread these virtues of liberalism in the modern world, taking into consideration the technological changes, but also something which I can call liberalism traditionally was connected with being free from oppressive state. Now, probably we have a new reality that the liberalism should be also connected with being free from oppressive companies, making the media, the new media world, absolutely a new reality. So please, Professor Hart.
Thank you for inviting me for such an important event. It's a great honor for me to be here and to have this opportunity to comment on such insightful introduction by Professor Fukuyama. I think the questions you were asking are very important. Well, definitely, the economy, I would say, is too important to be left to economists only. So I think that we should take advantage of interdisciplinarity. And I think that we should answer this very question, not only from the perspective of economics, but also from the perspective of philosophy, of at least philosophy of economics. So my comment will be somehow philosophically oriented. I think the most important and difficult thing is how to define liberalism. I think that liberalism, the real liberalism should have three dimensions. I mean, practical, economical, and moral. And the problem, I think, is that many of us, economists included, reduce liberalism only to its economic dimension. But liberalism is definitely something. Something more, I would say. So I agree with Professor Fukuyama. Well, to be honest, I did my homework, and I read Professor Fukuyama's book on liberalism and its discontents. Really a great book. I agree with that. Liberal democracy and liberalism is in serious disarray in many places. Also here in Central and Eastern Europe. But I would say that the problem or the problems liberalism is facing does not arise from the shortcomings within the liberal doctrine, but rather, I think, from the way in which liberalism has evolved in recent decades. Liberalism is first a moral doctrine, and if you look into great thinkers of the past like Locke, Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, for them first liberalism was a moral doctrine. And if you look in details into Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, his first argument for a free market is a moral argument. It's a moral argument, since for Smith, a person has its nature, and in the nature of a person, to refer to Smith, is to track, barter, and exchange. So there is such a thing as human nature. And I think that, liberalism is constantly under critique, I would say, from both far right, I would call authoritarian populism, but also from the far left, I would call authoritarian progressivism. So both authoritarian, populism and authoritarian progressivism, they are both against the liberal doctrine.
So I think that what can we do? What can we do? You asked, well, I write about difficult question. Well, I would say that we should not decouple, let me say like this, liberalism from tradition of natural law. We should not decouple liberalism from such a tradition. I think that what I like personally in, well, I don't know whether it is a right word, in liberalism is that liberalism put emphasis on human dignity, But if you look carefully into, again, Locke, Smith, Hume, Mill, etc., they did not focus only on human dignity, but they did focus also on the roots of human dignity. And I think that here we have a problem, because if you read contemporary, thinkers from this, let's say, contemporary liberal tradition, okay, they refer to human dignity, but they are somehow afraid of this very fundamental question: what are the roots of human dignity? Well, so this is very important not to forget about such questions. And of course, you referring again to your question: what can we do? So the question I think can be reformulated in the following way: how to restore, let me say, a shared moral horizon, which is necessary condition for liberalism. But generally and historically, this very shared moral horizon was somehow defined by religious beliefs, and this is the question. So we all are living in increasingly secular societies. Okay, so this is the question: how to find this fundamental, of liberal order. And now, I'm a philosopher of economics, let me say, describe myself. So I would, and I'm to finish in 2 or 3 minutes. So the question I again try to answer, reformulating your question, is the following one: how should economists do economics in order to develop and build economic science as a moral science? Because economics is about human choices. So in the sense, economics is a moral science. So first, I think economic method must fit with the nature of its objects. So we should not be afraid about doing research in social ontology, okay? Because very often people are claiming, well, no, social ontology, this is metaphysics, and we are after Carnap, positivism. Well, it's not science, okay? It's not science. No. It is impossible to have economics without moral dimension. It is impossible to have such economics. So we have to come back to the fundamentals. I think also what can be done. Well, no classical economics, orthodox economics is based on Millian or Benthamian utilitarianism. But this is not the only tradition, ethical tradition in the town. Okay, we have Kantian deontology, not to say virtue ethics. And I think that in our heterodox approaches, we should also take into account these different ethical tradition. And as far as virtues are concerned, well, we have to be humble as scientists, and we should promote, let me say, a humble economics, self-critical economics. And one point at the very end: I do not believe in deliberalism. I think that we have different kinds of liberalisms. And let me come back now to Poland, and because the question I'm asking myself now is, well, what can we add to this global debate about liberalism Professor Fukuyama, for instance, is taking part in, I think that we have something to offer. We have this great tradition of solidarity, and again we have great tradition, for instance, of social Catholic teaching, like John Paul II and Centesimus Annus. Okay, so in a sense, in my understanding, we can discuss it later. You know, Centesimus Annus and Laborem Lex Exercens. These are encyclicals by John Paul II in favor, in a sense, of real liberalism. Once John Paul II used the term liberalism with the soul, liberalism with the soul, so liberalism with this moral dimension. So to the end, I think that we should focus on coming back to the fundamentals and not be afraid of this very important dimension of liberalism, namely the moral one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doctor.
Okay, so hello, Professor. Thank you very much. Okay, hello, Professor. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's an honor to meet you, to meet you, because I was a philosophy student and I read much of your work while being a student. Okay, there is really a lot that I would like to say, and I guess that we should start really from the very bottom of what you said, yes, concerning the role of technologies and the control of narratives. And yes, so there is something that came to my mind when you said that a lot of people can control narratives and a lot of people can engage into the political life, even though perhaps they're not prepared. There is a very famous quote by Epictetus that says that first, learn the meaning of what you want to say and then speak. Yes, so I think that in our zeitgeist, this quote is somehow very relevant. Yes, and now concerning what the technology does to politics in general, I wrote an entire PhD on this. Its title was The Homo Rationalis in the Digital Society, an Announced Tragedy. Yes. And this is because during the years I've become very much interested in human imbecility. Yes, this is something that has really become interesting for me to study. And really, sometimes we always think that imbecility, stupidity is something like denial of intelligence. But as a matter of fact, as research has shown, it's rather like denial of rationality. So it's something that concerns us as economists pretty much, you know, because our entire science is based on the very concept of rationality. Now, there is something very interesting that comes with this, because actually Łukasz here mentioned the social ontology. Basically in social ontology, in contemporary social ontology, there are basically two theories. Yes, so one that distinguishes group for how they're organized, and one that distinguishes group for basically common traits. Yes, so my colleagues and I basically challenged this idea, and we came up with a concept of type 3 groups, yes, which are basically groups that emerge from flows of information, yes. And we saw really, it's very interesting, this is very much interesting, how information cascades or availability cascades, as they are sometimes called when they get very extreme, can really create basically groups that polarize one against the other. And now what is interesting in this is that, as you mentioned here, there is very often a lack of toleration on one side and the other. So basically one side does not tolerate the other and vice versa. And this has basically come up very often in research. For instance, the Pew Research Institute has shown that basically since we have the like button and the share button, for instance, in the United States, Republicans and Democrats have become more polarized than ever. And this is something that is very, very interesting, because this is about the way we rationally or irrationally consume information. And yeah, so to come back to the question of liberalism, yeah, so you said that we should come back to the very foundations. I mean, you're a philosopher of economics like I am, and you know, this whole idea of foundations is always very interesting for us as philosophers. Yes, I mean, if you remember about by the half of On Liberty, Mill basically says that you know, you should rather allow others to express themselves, because if there is a challenge to the dominant view, we should rather let others speak, so that then we can be certain that the dominant view is correct. Well, of course, Mill didn't know anything about the internet. He did not know that one day, you know, social media would come up. And basically, over the last years, we had an incredible rise of what Thomas Sowell called the vision of the anointed. Yeah, so we had a very big rise in the in anointeds, basically. You know, the increase in numbers. Well, you said something about also populism on the right. I mean, I'm Italian, so. I mean, Alcindro Montanelli, a very famous Italian journalist, once said, you know, like, if Berlusconi becomes the prime minister of Italy, the word right will become unpronounceable, and he was correct in all the possible ways. Yeah, so I mean, I see something. I mean, it's very hard to talk about left and right over the world, yes, but you can see patterns, yes. For instance, in Poland, when you have politicians quarreling, you know, it's always about some problem. You know, they're able to quarrel for very long, and the problem will stay there, yes. In Italy, for instance, you know, like, you will have two opposing parties saying, well, I will solve the problem. Then they try to solve the problem, and the problem gets bigger. So then the second party comes in and say, okay, I will try to solve the problem, and then the problem gets bigger, and so on and so forth. And this problem basically stays there and becomes humongous, yes. So this is very, very interesting. But why is this important? It is important because one of the foundations of our liberal democracies is that there is something called the parliamentary function, yes? So it is the idea that, you know, if we are two parties, we should try to compromise, yes? And one of the things, I mean, one of the greatest challenges ever to the doctrine of liberalism today is the fact that, you know, since we are getting polarized, since we are getting perhaps even more stupid in our filter bubbles, I don't know how to say, basically we are unable to come to compromise the view. So for instance, you know, just to make just a little bit of comments concerning what you said, that what needs to be done. Yes, so let's start with the virtue of liberalism. Yes, dealing with diversity. I see it even between my students very often. Yes, that if you try to throw some topic, yes, and try to generate discussion, very often this discussion will become very, very heated, yes, because there is one side taking one position and the other side taking another position. And then sooner or later they will say, no, because I read this on the internet, no, because I read this on the internet. So basically, you know, dealing with diversity of opinion is becoming very much hard. Yes, when it comes to freedom, yes, the virtue of the moral case for freedom. Very often when I ask my students, it happened a couple of times, yes, whether there are more democracies, whether there is more freedom in the world. Everybody is saying no. And then when you show them the graph and you show that actually the number of democracies increased over the years, they're always shocked, saying, oh, what the hell are you talking about? We were not ready for this. And then when it comes to the prosperity of the free market, yes, when we can say certainly that globalization has done as much damage as it did good. For instance, one thing that is always shocking is that when I'm talking to my students, they ask them, well, what do you think? There are more poor people in the world right now, or there are less than it used to be? They always say more. And then when you show them the graph and you say that actually the free market, you know, the so-called our system, or called the Western system, has basically lifted a lot of people out of poverty, they're always shocked, yes, when you're coming up with this. But now, just to sum up, you know, the entire thing here, there is something that is pretty much interesting. Over the last 2 weeks, as we are after the Davos World Economic Forum, we heard a few times, first from President Milei of Argentina, yes, that the West is in danger danger, that the free world is in danger. Then again, we heard the same thing from the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, that again, you know, we are fighting a war for the free world. But then if you think about it, yes, it might be even true, it might be false, whatever. Yes, I'm not here to discuss this. But then, if you look inside the realities of these people saying something like this, Argentina is polarized more than ever. Yes, Milei won the elections for a bunch of votes. Israel is polarized more than ever, yes. And again, it is all this process, yes, that is coming up again and again and again. And it seems, you know, that when we saw really the evil in face, you know, we just say, okay, this is the free world and we can be free and everything is nice. But then we forget about all the problems that we have inside our nation. And the problem is this, is that, you know, what Professor Fukuyama said is the truth. You know, like you cannot say the opposite. This is the truth, what he said. And there is a very famous quote just to close. And this quote is from Michael Lewis in his book, The Big Short. And he says, truth is like poetry, and most people fucking hate poetry. And there is nothing truer than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask Professor Fukuyama for a few comments?
Yes. So with regard to the first commentator, I agree completely that the assumptions in the domain of economics is historically been much broader than I think a lot of contemporary economists would admit. And it was understood, as he said, by Adam Smith to be a support for general human flourishing. I think the problem with so-called neoliberalism is that economic efficiency was taken to be the sole social good that was to be promoted by economic policy. And so if a company could squeeze a little bit more efficiency and labor costs by moving a factory from one country to another, they would simply do it without concern for the effect on the communities, the families of the workers that they were employing. And I think it also denigrated the role of the state in terms of balancing the market and providing certain social protections, certain social services that were needed in a market economy. And I think that, you know, that correction is now, we're kind of in the midst of it, and I think that needs to continue. I think that there is a deeper problem in coming up with, you know, you could say a broader metaphysical foundation for liberalism. I actually happen to believe that there is such a thing as human nature, and that ultimately the human rights that are protected by liberalism need to be based on some substantive understanding of human goods that are in turn determined by, you know, the nature of people. But that's one of the big challenges, because many people really don't believe in human nature, or they don't, they wouldn't agree with the kind of formulation of John Paul II, you know, with regard to some balance between, you know, freedom and constraint that was based on that sort of a broader metaphysical foundation. And that is a challenge that we really need to address and think about. With regard to the second speaker, I appreciate many of those comments. I really do think that technology has very much propelled the kind of polarization that we see. Let me just give you a concrete example. In the United States, we have a lot of evangelical Christians. These are very conservative Christians who have been traditionally doctrinally quite conservative, but in the last few years, they've also become extremely political. And it turns out that in many churches, the biggest congregations and church membership comes about when the pastor, when the minister begins talking about politics explicitly, and Donald Trump and Donald Trump's whole nationalist appeal. And so in a way, the church has been hollowed out in terms of actual reliance on doctrine and politicized. And part of that really has to do with the filter bubble that you spoke about, that you have a number of mutually reinforcing assertions. So, almost all the people in this community believe that the 2020 presidential election was stolen, that Joe Biden is an illegitimate president, that the Constitution has been violated, and so forth. And they find great satisfaction in living in a community where everybody else believes that same narrative. And I really don't think that this would have been possible before the internet and before social media, where the self-reinforcing social network is very easy to create and to perpetuate. So I think that any moving away from our current dilemma requires figuring out how to deal with this technology and somehow opening it up so that people actually are exposed to different kinds of views. But thank you to both commentators for their responses.
Thank you very much. I would like, I think that we have no time for questions, but maybe for one. Yeah. Okay.
Please. I have a quick question.
Maybe.
Yeah. Professor Fukuyama, what kind of concept of equality do you think fits contemporary world the best? Would it be equality of opportunity, Amartya-Sen equality of capabilities, or some other equality? Some people argue, for instance, that it should be equality in share of natural resources, economic equality.
Yeah.
So what do you think you would approve for contemporary world? Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's a really difficult question, and it's at the center of a lot of our social policy debates in the United States. I think that classical liberals would have simply said, all we need is equality of opportunity. There's a level playing field and everybody competes, and some people do better, some people do worse, but we're not going to try to fix a difference in outcomes as long as we allow people to compete freely. And I think that, anyone observing the actual society we live in would realize that that's simply not adequate, that the outcome that you face in your life is not simply the result of your own effort. It depends on who your parents were, your economic circumstances, the neighborhood you're born into, the kind of cultural conditions that you grow up in. So if you're an African-American child living in a very poor inner city neighborhood, you're not going to have any of the kinds of supports that, a more privileged child in a well-to-do suburban neighborhood would have. And so naturally that, the wealthier child is going to have a lot of advantages going to school, getting into university, and the like. And so I don't think it's simply enough to say equality of opportunities should be sufficient. The problem is that a lot of people on the left would then go to the opposite extreme and say that we're not going to be satisfied until you get full equality of outcome. And for a whole number of reasons, I don't think that's ever going to be possible. Or in order to reach a true equality of outcome, you'd have to have such a overbearing and powerful state that you would lose a lot of other social goods in that process. So all of this goes to say that I don't think there is a clear definition of the degree of substantive equality that you need, but I do think it speaks to the necessity for some kind of social democracy that does a certain degree of redistribution. The main qualification I'd make is that it needs to be sustainable, because many social democracies ended up and in fact, that's a problem all of us have right now, that our governments have promised us pension systems that they simply will not be able to afford going into the future. And so I would say that you need to have, these kinds of social protections that are sufficient, but also sustainable fiscally in the long run. And that's that's not a theoretical answer to your question. That's kind of a pragmatic answer, but it's about the best that I can come up with.
Thank you very much. I think that we are out of time, so thank you once again.
Thank you very much to all panelists. Thank you, Professor Fukuyama. Unfortunately, we are nearing the end of this first day, the World Day. However, today would feel incomplete without our final speaker. So please welcome Professor Grzegorz Kolodko, who has some reflections on geopolitics and development. Professor Kolodko.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Appreciate greatly that you are with us. Especially my gratitude goes to the speakers. It's such a wonderful experience to learn from your wisdom. Thank you for that. Geopolitical changes and the consequences for economic development. I think that sometime we were listening to concern about economic growth at the time, about economic development. Pretty often we say social economic development. Sometimes we even point to the ecological aspect. So the question is, what is development? And I think that all the time, it is not a clear answer delivered by the theory of economics. Some time ago, I asked myself and us, where is our great country of Poland as far as development is concerned? If we take a look, everything is relative. Where we are with comparison to other countries, taking as a measure GDP per capita and purchasing power parity, we are number 40 in the world. But it doesn't say anything about income distribution, inequality. The issue was addressed by Eric, by Professor Maskin from Harvard. Inequality is not so big in Poland if compared to some other countries and also with the past. But when we apply Human Development Index, we are on position number 34. If we take into account inequality adjustment Human Development Index, we are already 28, but doesn't say anything about environment, which is so important now as far as development is concerned. But there's also another measure introduced by United Nations Development Program, which is called Environment Pressure Adjusted Human Development Index. And then we are already 20. So that's a good question, homework for our students. Is Poland number 40 in the world, or are we number 20 in the world? And it has a tremendous implications for theoretical questions and for the political practice. Of course, it is better to be 20 than 40, at least from this perspective. So upon what depends development sensu largo? First things first. Of course, it depends on capital. But capital depends also on the geopolitical shifts. The geopolitical changes do make an impact on capital formation and capital allocation, and therefore for the efficiency of the capital. And a lot depends on how we save, for what reason, for what purpose, and what mechanism, what is the power of the invisible hand of market and the visible somehow, sometimes too much hands of the government with the allocation of this capital. But most important, I think, and here we do agree, both Ned, Professor Phelps, Eric, Professor Maskin, Jamie, Professor Garbright, our guests here, Mr. Martin Wolf, and our friend Justin Yifu, Lynn, and everybody else, that institutions do matter. But so does policy. Institutional setup is actually a point of departure when we are talking about geopolitical changes and their implications for the economic development. I mean, the rules of the games, institutions in the behavioral, not organizational meaning. But also education. Education is a decisive factor for the skills of labor, from the low-skilled labor to the very professionals, and for the culture. The more we invest in education, which is so important in the theory of Professor Phelps, and not only, the better we do. The more comprehensive, long-lasting, equitable, sustainable is the development. But geopolitical changes now are causing behavioral policies, strategies that we spend much more, or to be more precise, the rate of growth of military build-up are growing much faster than the investment in human capital. So there is not a good prognosis for the future, since we are spending already $2.4 trillion all over the world to different extent in different countries, and there are still some countries where, especially about the women, it's another aspect of inequality. Even over half of them, I've been to such countries, are still illiterate. It's very difficult to talk about any economic development under such circumstances. And then two other things. This is the best business and law school in this part of the world, of which we are so proud at Kozminski University. We teach our students management, entrepreneurship, and also economics. Maybe too much of management and not enough of economic policy, which is music to my ears. So very much depends on macroeconomic policy and strategy for development. And that depends very much on the quality of the political elites, of the political class. And I've seen different types of elites in different countries, with sometimes very miserable and somehow very good, very optimistic results. Microeconomic management and entrepreneurship is another aspect for economic development. And now geopolitical changes. What is my interpretation of the contemporary geopolitical changes, where from they are coming? Somehow it was touched briefly, by the way, in today's exchange of views. There is a big dissonance between political globalization, which is not only lacking behind economic globalization, which is on the reverse. We are less and less globalized in the political sense than we were 3 or 13 or even 30 years ago, because of the political tensions, because of local military conflicts, with all the consequences for international and global relations. And this dissonance between political and economic globalization is making kind of chaos, which is making, in turn, both microeconomic management, because of growing unaccountability and instability, because of hectic expectations, and macroeconomic policy more difficult. So for that reason, the current geopolitical changes are not, in the short and medium term, a good factor for sustaining sustainable, equitable economic development. They make the economic rationality, both on microeconomic level, because of turbulence of expectations, and on macroeconomic scale, more difficult than it used to be in the past. We are in Poland, country to be considered a successful story over the economic development of the last generation. And now take a look. How much we have taken, I mean we, the Poles, everybody here, most of us, from the geopolitical changes of our era. If not the geopolitical changes of last generation, we wouldn't be where we are, number 40 or number 20 in the world. Simply, there was a tremendous wind of opportunities due to the geopolitical changes which were following the end of the Cold War, to which now I'm referring as the first Cold War, because unfortunately, since a couple of years, we have the second Cold War, or the new Cold War, which is somehow, if not returning the wheel of the history, making it more difficult to move in a sensible, rational way forward. Yes, indeed, I have traveled the world, all over the world, and I'm taking a look how certain countries, small, like Timor-Leste, which is a very small country, one of the youngest, only the independence of South Sudan, which is maybe the basket case now of the economic performance, is younger than Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste now is ranked by the Economist intelligence unit, as far as democracy is concerned, even higher than Poland, which is interesting, far away from here, but also due to my friend José Ramos-Horta, Nobel Prize winner, not in economics, but in peace. And there is the link, there is the feedback between peaceful conditions and economic performance. So we do need both great economists and great men of state, great political leaders. Now when I'm taking a look, of course, Timor-Leste is very small. Poland is middle economy. We have the big countries, and they are making much more important impact on geopolitical changes with all the consequences for economic development. Take a look across the board. India, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, South Africa, Brazil, they are really playing a very intelligent, yet different from each other, game of the current geopolitical changes. They are neither pro-American or pro-Chinese or anti-American or anti-Chinese. They try to take advantage of the shift which is taking place in the world to their advantage. And I think that each and every country, small, medium, big, great, must ask a question. The management class, the political leaders, the intellectuals, the economists for sure, how to take advantage of the current geopolitical changes to the advantage of one's own development. Because the world has changed. Only 30 years ago, or 34, say, in 1990, what we refer to as G7, at that time there were seven the biggest economies in the world. They, GDP, this time not on purchasing power parity, but on the exchange, on the international dollars exchange rate. G7 GDP over so-called BRICS, which is not any formal institution. It's a kind of also geopolitical game. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. So different from institutional development, political, and also interests and ideas and the conflict between them viewpoints. So G7 total GDP over BRICS, total GDP in 1990 was like 6-1. Now it is like 1.6-1. It's a different world. So the economic theory and economic practice must adjust to the completely different structure. Now this G7, 7 highly advanced countries and so-called BRICS, this is 50%, half of the mankind. Half of the mankind, but the relation is that G7 population is just 10%, and BRICS population is 40%. It has a tremendous geopolitical consequences, but also it makes different impact, influence for other countries, developing emerging markets. I don't like the notion that I'm referring to the states, societies, economies, countries as emancipating economies or societies. They are trying to catch up with the more developed countries, and they're taking a look for a pattern. The things happen each day. Take a look what has happened yesterday. I've been there too. 3 Sahel countries. Burkina Faso, one of the poorest, Mali, still more poor, and Niger, even more poor. They quit ECOWAS, regional integration grouping, far away from the integration of the European Union, but anyhow, because they don't like leverage, political leverage and economic interaction with the former masters, like in this case France, in another case Great Britain. Where they're going? Where they're going, you know, under the influence of Russia. And at this stage of geopolitical changes, you cannot learn much, if anything, as far as development policy is concerned from Russia. You may learn a little bit, you know, how to upgrade your army, if for good reason, like Farad and Jihad is fine, but if for other reason, contrary to investment in human capital, not that good. So this is the regional geopolitical or the change which has the links to what is going on in our world economy. So for that reason, I think that we have a good time. I mean, now we, the researchers, there is so many questions, how to combine, how to connect the dots, because indeed, as I'm saying so often, the things happen the way they do because many things happen at the same time. And for that reason, the more our debate, our research is interdisciplinary, the better for us, the social scholars, not only of economics, but also law. Now it is time of law. They are discussing what is constitution. I said recently, if it would depend on democracy, how much is 2 times 2? It would never become 4. And in economics, we keep saying that 2 times 2 is 4, but somebody is joking, it depends. Are you buying or selling? So therefore, we have some very fundamental questions about the definitions, what we do understand by growth, by economic development, by geopolitical situation, and what is the impact on long-term improvement of the prosperity. I heard a couple of times today that I'm an optimist. Same as Frank Fukuyama said, I'm not a forecaster, I don't make prognostics, but I do know, it's not a belief. I'm not talking religion, I'm talking science. I do know that most of the problems we are discussing here are solvable. There are the solutions. And social sciences, including our beautiful science of economics, has contributed a lot to propositions from intellectual viewpoint, from theoretical viewpoint, how to attack the problem of poverty, of inequality, of lacking behind, of pollution, of warming of the climate. But unfortunately, we still do not have geopolitical mechanism and local political mechanisms to build strategy for development and economic policy on this knowledge. We tried to do so several times in our country, in Poland, also some of my colleagues which worked at the time with the government, within the government together with me are here with us. We tried to build our strategy for Poland at the geopolitical changes as they were going at that time. And I think that now it is also good advice and also good lesson from our today's debate that each and every country, they have some common features, but they are somehow different. Never one size fits all. So one has to find a way how to take advantage of the current geopolitical changes to one's own development. And if our today's and tomorrow, everybody is invited for a continuation of the debate, is somehow contributed just a little bit to our knowledge how to tackle the issue, there will be more ground to be optimist in this challenging, difficult time. Thank you for being with us, and one more time, thank you for enabling us to learn from your wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for the reflections. I think all of us will be doing exactly that this coming evening. I would like to thank once more all of our guests, all of our viewers online for participating. And one more request, a huge applause for all of the moderators and panelists of today.